everybody. Welcome to the Unified live stream. It's another day of Midwest Esports Conference League of Legends action here in week 2 of the regular season. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me in the booth, looking quite clean on this Sunday morning, is my main guy, Shivy. How are you doing today?
Gotta look my Sunday best. I actually went out and got a haircut, dude. I saw myself on stream yesterday. I was like, I got the mangled beard. I got the mangled hair. I was like, I gotta look somewhat presentable here. Especially with all the college students. They've got like really clean cuts that we've been interviewing. So I was like, I gotta compete just a little bit. But man, I mean, yesterday's games, dude, I'm so excited for today just based off of what happened yesterday. We had an upset. Right? Yep. We had some of the quickest games. We had the absolute dichotomy, right, of the quickest games, right? 24 minutes, 26 minutes. And then we had a insanely crazy reverse sweep, I would say, and upset with day Series 2 games.
Yeah, so for today on the block for our first set, we've got Purdue Northwest trying to come back after that aforementioned upset. They got taken down by Illini Esports just yesterday. They're hoping to turn things around against Ohio Northern, who also should be kind of trying to turn things around. Right now, Purdue sitting at 2-1, Ohio at 1-2. They got taken down by Grandview just yesterday. Here is on your screen, as you can tell, a quick look at the rosters. On the left side, Shibby, we've been talking about this guy for 2 weeks now, and he has delivered on the hype. ISO in the mid lane, but for today's matchup, he's got to be going up against the king in the bot lane for Ohio Northern. We got to keep our eyes on Kai.
Yeah, King Kai, aforementioned, right? Got the nickname. I definitely living up to it, right? This guy has like some of the highest KDA, I think, has the highest amount of kills in MEC at the moment. And really, I think what's to focus on is that bot lane matchup, right? PNW, Purdue Northwest. Purdue Northwest, they got upset yesterday, and it was, a lot would say it was off the back of Illini's bot lane, who just hard carried, right? Who just hard carried with the Zaya. It was really, really crazy with the Tristana as well. They ran these insane compositions. The man got 15 turret plate gold, all 5, 1 tower to himself, and then the other 10 were split amongst two members. So it was pretty crazy how much gold was funneled into him. And if they can emulate something similar from ONU, if they did their research, I think putting resources into King Kai, banning out ISO, that seems to be the strategy to kind of, keep Purdue Northwest honest, I'm going to say. Yeah.
And throughout the kind of start to the season here at the MEC, it feels like the bot lane has been a place for really, I think, these players to dive into their champion pools. There's a lot of options that are open. We saw Udon play Varus support yesterday with Draven in the bot lane. So I'm super excited to kind of see how this draft unfolds. Purdue starting off on the blue side, Ohio going to be on the red.
Yeah, and Mac, I'm a fan of the jungle matchup here. No Use Stink and Aggression, both really diverse junglers, right? They've played 4 to 5. No Use Stink played around 5. I think now he's played 5 unique junglers, right? Aggression as well. He's played the Wu, the Vi, the Lilia, right? We've seen some Mao. We've seen some Sejuani from him. Lilia is interesting because of the immense amount of buffs that she's gotten in 13.1B, compensation-wise. So we could see her as an AP threat. They could run a double AD mid lane and top. But the Wukong being taken out by Purdue Northwest, and ONU immediately taking the Kassadin away. Don't really think ISO is a huge Kassadin player, but I think they just don't want to give him that carry potential. ISO, like you said, living up to the hype. Super feast or famine player, in my opinion, right? He either drops a 20 bomb or kind of is like doing nothing in lane. It's very, very different, I would say.
And we've seen him play, most notably, I think his Akali and Irelia have really stood out as these kind of power carry picks for him. And then we've also been able to see him on picks like the Orianna, some more mage-type matchups. And from what we've seen so far, he's a really strong laner, but sometimes, things just don't kind of go the way he's hoping for. Sometimes they fall behind. Sometimes as a team, the cohesion kind of falls apart in the middle of the game after sort of a strong early game. So I think it will be kind of interesting. We've seen Purdue bounce back before after tough losses, and after getting their first series loss on the season, they're going to be hoping to bounce back in a strong way and finish week number 2 at 3-1. And that's kind of the significant standings point, Shibby, right? We were checking out the standings after Saturday's results, and there's kind of a middle of the pack where a lot of teams are sitting at this 2-1, 1-2 spot. So potential turning point for both of these teams as we kind of get into the nitty gritty of the regular season.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that last week or yesterday. Illini kind of went through the gauntlet. They ended up 1-2, so they could make a real good make or break for like the 3rd or 4th spot. Same thing with like Purdue and ONU, right? If ONU comes out with the win here, they end up being tied for 4th place. If Briarcliff ends up dropping a game, or if they win their later games today, they could end up being in the 3rd place spot, securing the 3rd place spot. So yeah, like you said, I think there's a definitive top 2. Ottawa, Grandview are both 3-0 as of today, and maybe that will change. But like you said, there's what, 4 teams right now in that 2-2-1-1-2 spot that can flip in an instant. Right?
Yeah.
And it's really, really crazy. As the Akali is actually banned away from Purdue Northwest. So Cato is also a huge Akali player. So I don't think you just want to give that counter pick over, right? They'd rather just take it away. And ISO, like you said, still has the Silas, still has the Irelia, can also play some mages here. As Purdue Northwest will lock in the Maokai, trading it over for the Sejuani Caitlyn. So pretty standard jungle matchup, right? Sejuani and Maokai, super gank heavy junglers. Really hard to gain many objective control if you're the Maokai, or sorry, if you're the Sejuani. If you're on the Sejuani's team, because the Maokai will just drop saplings, and you just have to like walk through it. It's super, super annoying. But they do get the powerful, at least one piece of the powerful bot lane in the Caitlyn, and I think that's something that is right up Kai's wheelhouse.
King Kai getting a power pick in the bot lane, and the support pool is wide open. We see Purdue kind of thinking about these 2 supports that are left open. Ashe and Lux should be both pair super well with the Caitlyn. We gotta think Lux might be the pick here for Cuz in the support to pair up with the Caitlyn. Ashe given over. I think you gotta prioritize sort of picking up the Ashe if you are Purdue, didn't ban it away, and giving Caitlyn, Ashe, Sejuani is a brutal trio to go down into the bot lane. Just from how far away you can lock someone down with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, follow up with the Glacial Prison, then Caitlyn can snap him from downtown. We see now the top laners are also set for both teams. Shibby Kennen locked in for Ohio, something we haven't seen, but Hyper was telling me before that you've got a really solid team fighter on the Kennen pick, but he saw a slicing Maelstrom do almost next to nothing, so I'm curious to see how he'll go into the Maokai, into the Cassante. Shibby, those are tough champions to try and run in and wombo combo.
Yeah, when you pick Kennen, you have to have like these really insane slicing Maelstrom flanks, right? You kind of just can't walk forward like the old days in slicing Maelstrom people. There's too much CC going on. There's too many slows, saplings. The Cassante as well can knock you up. You have the Ashe for the disengage, right? With the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's so many different things you can do here. As Purdue Northwest taking the Silas away as well. That's very, very interesting, right? I feel like ISO has something cooking up his sleeve right now. ONU respecting the Cassiopeia after yesterday's performance, right? ISO is one of those players that he seems to always be in the right place at the right time, and that's not on accident, right? His roam timing is really crazy. The way he's able to clean up kills, the way he, waits out abilities before he uses his own. He's a very smart, intelligent player. It's just sometimes, like we said, if you ban him out, if you can kind of keep him under control, you said, Purdue Northwest, they haven't really shown that they can really hard carry from somebody else, as the Senna Kate is coming in for the ONU bot lane. Man, that is a long-range bot lane.
Yeah, for real. And Shibby, with how you are about Udyr, I might be the same way for Senna. I love this champion. I'm super excited. I think it pairs pretty well. You've got a lot of solid poke potential. And honestly, I'm jealous of Cuz, because in a poke Senna lane, it's just so fun. I feel like it's a mini game of trying to collect as many souls as possible. And that was my favorite part, trying to see how much range I could kind of build up and just start sniping people away from half the screen. They've got Draven, Ashe to answer, Toponer and Udon Chibi hoping to try and come back and reestablish themselves in the bot lane. They struggled yesterday against Lubheart. And for this mid lane matchup locked in as well, Chibi, are we going back in time with Azir Corki? Since when was this the meta? I thought we were done with these two.
Oh man, I'm about to go back to bed if this is the mid lane matchup. I'm sorry, as people hated the Udyr Hecarim rotation meta back in the day,
Yeah.
I despise the Azir Corki mid lane meta. It is arguably one of the most boring mid lane metas here. Pretty solid pick. I don't think actually Corki's in the best of spots right now, itemization wise. I think Azir is a little bit more blindable and he's a little bit better with the mage item changes. Not that I'm saying Corki can't do damage, he can't do work. Big ones are still super impactful, right? If you can get it onto the right targets, if you can shred them, if he ends up going the Liandry's build, which might provide some value into the Cassante, into the Maokai, that would be interesting. I doubt he's going to go for the full AD, but they have a lot of like magic damage on the side of ONU, right? With the Kennen, with the Corki. Yeah, and as we see the epic graphic coming up, CJ popping into the mid lane. That's on Grove Street, baby. ONU. Straight just locking in the Corki. A lot of range, like you said. But I feel like if Maokai, if Azir get like a shuffle going, if Ashe just catches anybody out with the arrow, ONU doesn't really have a lot of counterpunch ready to go. It feels like they have a very fragile composition. Has to kind of be played on a knife's edge here. If they miss a slicing maelstrom, if they don't have the objective setup ready to go with the Corki bombs, or if they don't have Caitlyn put in the right position, Purdue Northwest can kind of just bully ONU out completely.
Yeah, and kind of thinking about how these compositions are going to stack up, Chibi, I think we're in for a slow early game between the Maokai Sejuani very likely wanting to full clear, Kennen Cassante pretty weak early on. The focus, as we mentioned before at the start of this match, King Kai in the bot lane versus Toponer and Udon. I think that's where we're gonna have to focus pretty much all game long, Chibi. It looks like a really fun matchup between can Toponer survive the early game on this Draven pick? That is the big question I'm thinking about as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Summoners, welcome back to the MEC, day 2 of week 2, Purdue Northwest taking on Ohio Northern.
Oh, it's a nice, bright, early morning here. We've got a really spicy series. I think this is one of those matchups that not everybody had kind of pinned on their board, but me and you, Mac, we were like, this is probably like match of the week level kind of, you know, levels of competition here, right? Like King Kai in the bot lane, ISO in the mid lane, 2 hard carry threats on each side. Just seeing who can kind of, you know, I'm not going to say carry their team, but who can kind of gain that lead, who can kind of be that focal point for their team to lead them to a victory. And I think it's going to be a really good battle between these junglers on where they split their time, who they put their ganking time into, and see, you know, they might try to throw us off and they might play towards Wiederum in the top lane with the Kennen. I've been really liking the kind of the answers to Cassante. I've always enjoyed it when these OP champions come out, like Cassante, like Aatrox when he came out, Sion to some extent, and we start seeing these answers coming in. The Gwen from Prankaroo, right, in the professional stage. The Kennen, these AP top lanes at Cassante seem like they're doing pretty well.
Both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Aggression could maybe put himself in a position to target that bot lane early on, and I think it will be interesting. No You Stink on the Maokai. I feel like this, I'm honestly surprised we're in a game where Maokai, Caitlyn, and Ashe went through. If you were to ask me that these were the champions on the Rift, I would be like, how did they make it through pick ban? But here we are, our picks on the Rift, and both teams kind of looking to get their season on track. As again, we'll be watching this bot lane very closely. Toponer, big snowball potential on this Draven pick, but has to survive the early game.
Yeah, and speaking of like what went through, right? Karma was gone through, which had a super high priority yesterday. The Varus was banned out, unfortunately, from Owen. We don't want to see any shenanigans. But these AD bot laners, like you said, Senna and Ash. Senna was the OG AD carry kind of bot lane, right? Yeah. The Umbral Glaive abuser along with Pyke. And now just everybody's like, we can throw anybody down there, really. Any of these Halo Blade users. I want to see Udon Vidon's engages. He was really good roams yesterday. He's always been a pretty solid roaming support. His roam timings have been really, really nice. And I'm going to see whether Cuz can actually match the roam timings, as Maokai's going to go for a level 3 gank.
Flashing away, Kai trying to escape, but one axe from Toponer. The explosion! No, you stink! Was that a sapling kill, Shibby?
That was a raw sapling kill, not in the bush at all. I mean, he got super low. Kai got hit with the final axe, right, and just brought him to that HP threshold. You'd love to see Draven get that kill, but Maokai going for the full clear red side into the bot lane gank. I love it.
Oh, here's the kill for Toponer coming through. 1v1's the support as ISO taken down in the mid lane. The stars for both teams being targeted early on by the opposition.
Ooh, no, you stinking Udon Beaton are looking to catch Sejuani in her bot side jungle. Luckily, she cleared. Full cleared, pretty much, right? Or nearly full cleared here. So she should be good to go. But, yeah, like you said, ONU, Purdue Northwest, both targeting the superstars or the high-value targets for each of their squads. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they're like, well, I want some love. Can I get a gank here? As Kennen is just pushing in Cassante with the Shurikens. Cassante has to play a little bit apprehensive. It is a melee into ranged matchup. It doesn't look like Maokai's really going to path up unless he's already clearing his top side, which is what he's doing now. So we may see some gank in the top lane. We might see No You Stink relieve some pressure for Tiger Star, but yeah, I don't think top lane is going to be the focus for any of these guys for the series.
Yeah, and really, we didn't mention it too much, and I don't think Ohio Northern was expecting it either, but the early, we saw this quite a bit yesterday, where these junglers on the red side of the jungle are just doing a half clear and then ganking immediately because they are level 3, right, Shibby?
Yeah, and they're looking for those awkward gank timings, right? Because now with the way jungle clearing is happening, you could do, like you said, a full clear bot side. You could full clear
potential
both
dive
and
coming
top
through.
and gank. Yeah, Corki and Sejuani are heading down. No summoners available other than the flash for the Ashe and the cleanse for Draven. Let's see if they can outplay this.
4-on-2, Toponer trying to stay alive underneath the turret. Cuz has to back away. Cleanse from the trap, not gonna work. A kill does go over to Toponer, but a double kill for King Kai as it's a 2-for-1 in the bot lane for Ohio Northern.
The double kill for King Kai is definitely nice, but the fact that Draven ended up picking up a kill, he did die, so his adoration stacks were half, but regardless, he did cash out on something, and now he's coming back with the Vamp Scepter Sheen, right? I mean, that's going to be a hard-hitting Draven. Once he starts his spinning axes going, if he hits you with one or two of them, these trades can go heavily into Poner's favor here. And I like the fact that Purdue Northwest, even though what happened yesterday, right, where kind of their bot lane kind of fell back as Kai is going to get ganked once again.
They're looking for a power play before the recalls are able to come through. Shut down gold over to Toponer. Shippy, we were talking about the Draven snowball, and I think Purdue's rolling right now in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I love, like I said, we mentioned yesterday, Purdue's bot lane was kind of the weak point for them. I love how they're just completely confident in Toponer and Udon Beaton. You love to see that from a team, right, where they still trust their teammate. They tell them, like, hey, you want the Draven matchup into the Caitlyn, go ahead. We'll give you all the resources. We'll give you the gank pressure, and we'll allow you to carry. And right now, Toponer and Udon are getting the upper hand of Kai, obviously with help from No You Stink, but it's really nice to see that they're investing back more into their bot lane on the Purdue side. And it looks like ISO is just willing to take this Azir Corki matchup and is like, yeah, I'll scale. I'll be relevant. It's fine. I'll be Azir.
Yeah, for sure. And the top lane island continues. Not much to go on about there. Rift Herald going to be spawning in just about a minute. We might get a fight involving these top laners around the objective potentially. Meanwhile, bot lane kind of even at the moment because Toponer hasn't recalled and spent that shutdown gold that he got. So a Noon Quiver plus pickaxe two kind of partial items for both of these ADCs, as No You Stink already coming back into the bot lane. Aggression is somewhat hovering. Kato already potentially roaming down. The Corki looking to roam into the bot lane as much as possible.
Yeah, the man has pitched his tent for the bot lane, right? No You Stink is like, Kai, I know what you can do. I've seen you play. I am not going to let you do laning phase at all with this Caitlyn. And that's really good to see, right, from Purdue Northwest. Ohio Northern, we've mentioned it time and time again. When you pick a Caitlyn lane, you have to play towards it, right? Aggression has to be around that bot lane, and if he's not, his Caitlyn can't push up. He can't play up and get these plates. If you look right now, so far they've only gotten 1 plate in the 8 minutes of laning phase. That's pretty low, right? And they haven't really been able to poke the bot lane out because of the fear that just Maokai is going to be in the bot lane waiting to gank, right? He did the flash level 3 gank. He ganked him again, right? His flash is back up. We saw him try to do another repeat gank. He got spotted out by the wards. The amount of fear that Maokai has put into this bot lane forces Kate and Senna to play a little bit more apprehensively, and that means that they can't really use the full extent of their champion's power of like pushing Udon and Toponer under the turret, getting poked down, getting turrets. Instead, you know, they have to play a little bit safer. As I say that though, Sejuani has come down, and the rest the junglers are in the mid lane here, so it looks like both of them are covering. I don't know if Kato's in a good spot.
Kato gonna get targeted here. Ace in the hole gonna get, actually, I think, connect onto Poner. ISO is here. Kato able to flash away a lot of damage on the Draven, means he can't join this fight. He's too low to help out the mid laner. Glacial Prison connects. ISO getting real low. Shurima shuffle to try and throw aggression into the turret. Not really going to work out. Purdue getting picked 1 by 1 in the bot lane as a shutdown comes through. Cuz finishes him off. No You Stink gonna try and get the Maokai triple kill in the bot lane. Low health bars, but that's not going to be enough for No You Stink to pick up the kills. He has to back away. And Ohio Northern, they come out on top for that play despite getting spotted out early. Purdue thought they were going to be able to answer back, but they fail.
I love that Kato just the call was to insta-burst the Draven as fast as possible, right? He hits him with the big one, hits him with the quirky E, and the ace in the hole comes in as well. So effectively trying to take Toponer out of the fight before it even starts. Sejuani also got first move onto that bot lane, right? They were both covering each other's mid laner, the jungler, but Maokai was just a little bit far behind as Sejuani was able to go over the wall, take the blast plant, and they turn a 3v3 into a 4v3. I love the investment into the Caitlyn lane. We said they had to do it. I like how they're drawing the mid lane and the jungle into this bot lane. They just said, you know what, if you're going to bring your Maokai, if you're going to bring 3 people, we'll just bring 4 and see how you deal with that.
Yeah, next dragon spawning in about a minute here. Rift Herald was picked up for Purdue on the top side of the map as Toponer start throwing in those axes. Whirling Death not going to come through just yet. There it is! Kai gets taken down, slain by Toponer. That was a solo kill in the bot lane, I believe, as Udon did need to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that's more adoration. I think I could hear the fans of Draven, the fans of Toponer start coming in, cheering him on. The Draven's 4-2-1.
I know, and that was a really nice wait on the Whirling Death. Essentially waited for the ace in the hole to come out so you can guarantee both ticks of the Whirling Death, the front hit and the back hit, as Wiederum has to flash away. Tiger Star finally gaining control into this lane, and is that going to be a Radiant Virtue Cassante?
I think so, as a Flash Emperor's Divide is going to be the perfect alley-oop into No You Stink, the mid laner for Ohio Northern, taken down just as Dragon spawns in Purdue. They've been going back and forth with Ohio in the bot lane, but so far it's been complete objective control from them, as it looks like they're going to pick up their second dragon of the game.
They're going to pick up the second dragon, like you mentioned. That's a 3-0 Maokai, by the way. Demonic Embrace in hand. Let's see if he ends up going the full AP variant. I doubt it, but I mean, you have the Cassante building Radiant Virtue. If you go Leandri's Maokai here, you could have some serious objective control with the saplings. You have some damage right onto like some of the squishies here. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up going it as the Grasping Roots. Twisted Advance actually comes in.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects as well. Toponer forced to back away after the Glacial Prison comes out. Ohio Northern might be able to take this fight, but the Whirling Death once again looking for more kills. No You Stink on a rampage. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Kai gets a shutdown on the Purdue jungler. A 1-for-1 trade as the Draven wasn't able to add to the kill lead. An ultimate Tiger Star looking for a solo kill. Knows Vita Run doesn't have a flash. Tiger Star able to get the solo kill in the top lane.
Takes him with the ulti, and they're going to try to trade in the bot lane here. Aggression?
Kai had a beautiful Caitlyn combo, but is it going to be enough? The slimmest of health bars in this bot lane consistently. How do they survive, Shibby, as no kills are given over?
Oh, man. I mean, that's the ultimate tease for a Draven as well. He sees them at, like, less than 7 health as the arrow comes out. And, ooh, if those axes hit, if that E hit from the Draven, that Caitlyn was dead. But... I mean, like you said, there's so much blood being shed into the bot lane. There's so much happening, and the gold is dead even, Mac, between Purdue and Ohio Northern. Now, obviously, Purdue has some of those hidden stats from the Dragons. They have the Mountain and the Chemtech Dragon in their back pockets. And finally, I think for the first time in a while, Mac, we're seeing a Infernal Soul on the menu. If you look at player gold, Kai and Toponer, respectively, at the top, and then No You Stink and Tiger Star are firmly ahead of their counterparts here. So overall, Purdue Northwest has a lot of carry power in their tanks and their AD carry here, while both of the mid laners kind of seem to be on the more relaxed end, with obviously Kato getting the upper hand with some ganks.
Yep, King Kai in the bot lane slowed down, but not shut down. He's able to pick up the first turret of the game and cash in. We saw King Kai sitting at the top of the gold leaderboards here at the 14-minute mark of this match. Ohio Northern now with a slight gold lead as the supports start to move away from the bot lane. Udon, I feel like, has been everywhere on this match. Rift Herald about to spawn up.
Yeah, we mentioned Udon's roaming power, his roaming potential. I love how he's just not willing to stay with the bot lane, but it might be Toponer's death here. Is he going to 1v2?
He's trying to dish out the damage, forced to flash away. Gale Force follow, dodges the Piltover Peacemaker, but you can't dodge the ace in the hole. Kai gets a kill.
And I just caster cursed at Toponer here, right? I was like, I love it when Udon roams, right? Can leave Toponer to himself in the bottom lane. And as I say that, this guy tries to 1v2 on the Draven. I get it, right? You got the feelings going. You're playing Draven. You think you can 1v2. You think you're Tyler 1, but unfortunately, you end up inting here. You end up dying in the bot lane to Kai. And some 2 big power items coming in. And Cuz opting in for the Kraken Slayer, no Umbral Glaive in hand. That's really interesting. So both of these guys, Cuz and Kai in the bot lane, coming up with some serious damage numbers. Kraken Slayer, Infinity Edge, Gale Force completed for the Caitlyn.
And I really don't mind this Kraken Slayer from Cuz. I mean, you've got to work through the Cassante, you got to work through the Maokai. Aggression flashing away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, trying to dash over the wall. You got the range advantage from the backline. You got the support. Aggression getting real low. Nature's Grass coming out, slowing Ohio Northern down a little bit. Tiger Star getting real low. No You Stink quite low as well. They're going to focus on the objective. They're going to be able to secure the Rift Herald. Whirling Death coming out for Purdue. They take down Aggression, and they pick up the objective.
Unfortunately, I don't think Wiederum's flash was online, so he couldn't flash over the Herald Pit to get that nice slicing Maelstrom going. You saw the rest of Ohio Northern with that range advantage. They were firing over the wall. Like, they were pretty much in no threat. The reason their health bars are so high is because Aggression was pretty much tanking essentially 1v5 there for quite a while. With the Radiant Virtue, as it isn't a Radiant Virtue Cassante, it's actually a Jackshow the Protean Cassante here. Usually the build that we've been seeing is the Iceborne Gauntlet, maybe Sunfire Cape, into like Force of Nature. We've been seeing more of a full tank build. Jackshow still obviously is a full tank item, but it allows you to kind of live in these fights and these more extended fights a little bit longer, which I think is what he's expecting.
Mm-hmm. And we see Toponer struggling with this sort of range advantage as the dragon spawns. Tiger Star does have teleport available. ISO with a potential flank coming in. No You Stink, no ultimate, just came online now. Are they going to give away this dragon? It looks like they don't want to pull the trigger on the fight. Ohio Northern get a big objective there, Shiv, because it allows them to stop the dragon stacking of Purdue. Enchanted Crystal Arrow King Kai with the clean cleanse avoids the pick.
The Captain Jack cleanse coming out from Kai over here. Hopefully people still know. Hopefully it's still called the Captain Jack, right? There's no way it's not called Captain Jack cleanse anymore. As, like you said, Shannon Crystal Arrow is on a lower cooldown, though. Like, you could just fire those things off to your whim. I think as we're talking about it, as it got cleansed, it's literally 75% of the way done on the cooldown here, as Tiger Star going for the solo kill. ISO coming in for some support.
Vitorum doesn't stand a chance. Tiger Star knocking him all over the top lane. And while the lane's been quiet, Tiger Star has amassed a huge advantage in that lane.
Yeah, 2-0-1, 171 CS 138. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out.
Kai with the Piltover Peacemaker settles the difference between Toponer picking up a clean kill. Kai has just been... His Caitlyn is really on another level with the Gale Force. He's dashing all over the place, and he's got really dope combos on this champion. Ohio Northern, they play through their ADC, and so far he has shown up in this first match.
Yeah, really nice, caliber net combos into the extended headshot, into the trap, into another headshot. I mean, he is pumping out the damage here, and we talked about objective control. The Caitlyn traps are pretty detrimental, right, as aggression is going to go on to Udon here.
Udon getting real low, Cuz finishing off the kill. Now ISO gonna be forced to use his ultimate to barely escape. Shibby, there's been 21 kills before the 20-minute mark. This is just pure full throttle C-Law. We're gonna fight every opportunity we get. These teams going at each other's throats.
I mean, you've got some really high pick potential champions, right? Obviously, Ashe with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, like you said. Sejuani with the Glacial Prison, right? You just throw these out there. These are on super low cooldown. Glacial Prison halfway done. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is back up once again, right? You have these super high or super low cooldown abilities that you could just throw out on a whim. You're going to get a lot of kills. You're going to get a lot of people getting picked off. It seems like both Purdue and Ohio Northern also don't want to back off. Right? Like, they see the aggression, and they're like, you know what? All right, we'll match it. We'll match your energy. And when you get two teams like that, you got to have these high kill games, right? It doesn't seem like any of them want to back off, give any space, give any territory. They fight for every inch of the map, and I love to see that. That's like you said, classic C-LOL action, MEC, seems like the games in the past couple of weeks have kind of been a little bit more subdued, at least the ones that we've been casting, Mac. So it is a nice change of pace to see this kind of aggression.
I think what's going to be a big factor in this game is Ohio Northern's ability to execute their dive composition that they've sort of put together in the mid-game, right? You want aggression diving in with Vitorum. You got Cuz now picked out, Whirling Death, nowhere to run. Cuz deleted off the map. Purdue get a huge pick, and with executing that dive composition is not getting caught before the fight begins. Bear and Nash are now getting started by Purdue.
Yeah, Tiger Star does have the TP up. Wiederum as well. This is a Kennan's dream moment, though. If he can get a TP onto the top side here where that red ward is, as no, you stink.
He wants Kai, he wants to take down the king, but when you go after the king, you gotta come after him with your whole team. Udon getting real low, trying to back away. Kai, safe, no longer! My slicing maelstrom coming in. We Vitorum trying to turn around the fight, but here's Tiger Star coming in. 1v3, can he pull it off? He's trying to go God mode on Cassante. Trying to pick up one kill, finally comes through, gets the triumph feel. Cuz has respawned and is now back on the map. Udon trying to fire away, but the shield from Cuz is gonna keep the team alive. Ohio Northern somehow come out on top in the 4v5 fight around Baron. They're up big.
Kai comes in with the kill onto No You Stink after the root comes in, and the rest of that team fight, the slicing maelstrom onto 3 with Kato just firing into the backline, the rockets, the ease, everything does a massive amount of damage. The man has back. He picked up the Manamune. He picked up the Ravenous Hydra here, and it looks like he is opting in potentially for the Ludens. Could still opt in for Leandres if he wants, but I think Ludens is going to provide that extra amount of oomph into his rockets. And, you know, the double damage threat of Kato and Kai here could prove detrimental to Purdue Northwest.
Dragon getting started up by Ohio Northern now. As Chibi, we may be getting another 5v5 fight in the river. These teams have loved brawling over the objectives. Kato has got the package ready. Slicing Maelstrom is available, but no flash. The package on out. The Nature's Grasp disrupting this fight. Vitarum slicing no longer. The storm is subdued, but the dragon is secured. Ohio Northern trying to kite through this fight. They've got so much range, but look at the axes coming in to Poner with a triple kill so far. Kato now in danger as well as double crits. The Infinity Edge power spike. Kai trying to fight back. Here comes the two carries for Ohio Northern. Low health bars on the side of Purdue. They have got to try and retreat from the fight. It's a 1-for-3 so far as Toponer comes up big. ISO gets a huge 900 gold shutdown as Purdue trying to stay alive in this game. They've just evened up the gold.
Oh man, the health bars were so low on the side of Purdue. One more rocket, one more Piltev or Peacemaker, and that could have been ended in disaster for Purdue. But they come out with the health bars in tow. They come out with the win. They do lose the dragon. Unfortunately, it is 2 Infernal Dragons for a team like Ohio who has that poke. If they get Infernal Soul, this Corki could absolutely tear a new one for Purdue Northwest. The Rockets, the big ones, the Ludens Echo. Kato is on 3 items currently.
Kato's Corki, a serious threat. Kai on 3 items are just about that point. Feel like once he recalls, he might be able to get that Bloodthirster completed. Whew! Chibi, 34 kills, 24 minutes. This has been an action-packed game number 1 to start off our Sunday. Boy, I'm just so excited. I hope the rest of the games are like this.
I know. Ohio Northern, Purdue Northwest. I don't think they're slowing down, regardless of how this game 1 goes for either team. I think they're going to keep up the aggression. I think they're going to keep up that proactiveness, right? They're trying to keep these carries down. You saw Purdue Northwest put a lot of attention into the Caitlyn lane. You saw Ohio Northern give a lot of attention to both Corki and the Caitlyn lane here, diving in on the bot side here. So, I mean, bot lane was kind of the focal point for both of these teams, right? They were doing a lot of diving, they were doing a lot of killing and trading back and forth, and it's kind of led to this, you know, bloodbath of a game that we see here as, yeah, the gold is nearly tied up, right? 47,000 to 46,500 here for Ohio Northern. I mean, one good fight from either team can kind of swing the game in their favor. Baron is up as well. I mean, we might see an endgame Baron here potentially if it goes long enough.
And not only that, Ohio Northern stacking up the Infernal Dragons, I feel like is a scary thought. As you mentioned, this poke composition, getting the Infernal Soul would be ideal. Here's the dive. They've caught out ISO gonna try and divide his way out of there, but it's a big pick for Ohio Northern. They're able to strike first.
Yeah, they're going to turn their eyes towards the Baron. No Azir, no problem. They don't have that big, like you said, Emperor's Divide, someone to kind of dive in and push Kai here as the traps are getting set up. They're lining the Baron area. They're lining the river as Kai is just walking in onto Toponer.
Toponer has to back away or try and lifesteal off of some of these camps. This might be the green light for Ohio Northern to try and pressure the objective. No You Stink has no ultimate. Baron Nashor getting low. Tiger Star has come to join the fight. It's a 4v5 to try and save it. He can't do it. The Baron goes over to Ohio Northern. Tiger Star trying to get into the fight. Slicing Maelstrom's down. ISO trying to teleport in. Toponer flash it away, but gets caught out. Shutdown going over to Cuz. Ohio Northern, they get 3 kills. They get Baron Nashor as well. And they are going to be all suited up in purple, feeling good. That was a big play for them.
Really nice Baron take from the side of Ohio Northern here. ISO goes down early. That's the green light, like you said, for the Baron. They're going to reset. They bait Purdue into another fight as No Use Take has to try to flash, possibly Twisted Advance to try to get a steal in. Unfortunately, he loses his life, and the rest of Purdue Northwest kind of have to trickle in and see how many Barons they can remove from ONU's side here. Like you said, they're coated in purple. They're ready to start pushing these side lanes, and the siege from Ohio Northern, we haven't really talked about it, but Caitlyn and Emperor's Divide.
ISO dodging and weaving, but gets caught out by the ace in the hole. Tried to avoid the glacial prison, Shibby. Wow, another big pick for Ohio Northern as they're going to look to try and open up this map.
Yeah, the siege potential is what we didn't talk about, right? If they stick Corky Caitlyn in the same lane here and they start sieging onto mid, I mean, it sounds super horrible. With the traps, with the rockets, with all the range that they have, they can start trying to push these in as they're opting in for more of a 1-3-1 here, a side lane split. Unfortunately, Cuz did get caught out here along with ISO, so both of them trade 1 for 1 as the Baron empowered minions are going to take the top lane here. And now Dragon is up, so they've sent the TP down. They've called Wiederum in. They said, hey, we need the electric rat here with the slicing maelstrom. We need you here to kind of dissuade them and get a huge potential team fight coming in, as it looks like Purdue Northwest are just going to concede this. It is only the third Dragon, so it's not soul point just yet, but the time is ticking for Purdue Northwest.
Dragon, third one for Ohio Northern, going to be picked up here without much contest. Hawk shot, so they get a visual on it, but I don't think anyone's hoping they were watching that. Big items coming online for Toponer. Has the rapid fire cannon. 3 items pretty much across the board, but you've just got Ohio Northern sitting pretty with about a 4K gold lead. Package does dwindle down for Kato, not going to have that available to him, and it's just so hard trying to engage on this Ohio Northern composition when they've been doing such a solid job looking for the poke, looking for the pick, and not necessarily relying on the dive components of their composition. They've really just been able to outrange and really force Purdue away from any team fighting.
Yeah, I love the usage of Kato's rockets. Like we said, Kai using that range advantage, throwing the traps down as well. They're always the last two to kind of die in these fights, which is what you want to see from these two 80 carry threats. Aggression and Wiederum keeping Purdue at bay right here, because really good usage of the Senna ultimate. But Purdue Northwest have been playing these fights as best as they can, right? I mean, they've eked out some fights, right? If Tiger Star and No Use Team can get the CC down, if they can provide that frontline pressure, ISO and Toponer, along with Udon's Enchanted Crystal Arrows, have been getting a lot of picks just randomly left and right. I mean, this game is still super close. Yes, the Baron was taken from Ohio, and it is about a 4,000 gold lead, but at this point in the game, with the champion strength that we have on each side, the game's relatively even.
Right now, not the biggest Baron power play we've ever seen. Ohio Northern, though, it was an even game before that Baron, and at this point now they're up still about 4,000 gold. Kato, 4 items on the Corky, very scary to kind of deal with. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's tough to pick out the Corky. He's got the Valkyrie to potentially escape. He's also got his Flash available. Purdue looking for a pick. Cuz might get caught out here. Rooted, stunned, Whirling Death, not gonna finish him off. ISO wanted that kill, says thank you very much, good sir. But now we kind of see where Purdue have been kind of losing this game, right? They get the pick they wanted, but Shibby, what's left on the map for them to get? Not a whole lot.
Yeah, tier 1 mid lane is still available, but like you said, they're defending it pretty well on the side of Ohio Northern. They may just look to concede that it is half health, that it is like later into the game. This tower is not going to be doing too much damage. And I feel like you've been saying Cuz is caught out like a couple times now. It might be one of his weaknesses here, as the Senna is looking to kind of take some wards out, looking to place some themselves, right? As no Umbral Glaive is still on the side of either of these supports. I feel like that's like a big misplay. You kind of want that item so you can clear vision out, so you can start, getting better objective control. You can start darkening the jungle of either Purdue or Ohio Northern here. But both of these 80 carry supports not opting in for any of that nonsense so far.
Right. Shibby, they're the carries It should be Kai and Toponer who have the Umbral Glaive. I mean, you got Ascena, full AD build. I mean, she's got items to buy, man. I mean, what do you want to go for a support item that clears wards over damage? It seems kind of weird.
Yeah. I mean, the Kraken, Gwynsos, and the LDR here, I mean, that's a lot of damage coming out from Cuz. If he can, get into these fights without getting caught out, I mean, it's a sneaky amount of damage. Udon Beaton, though, obviously still building the more supportive end with the Imperial Mandate, having that super low cooldown on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's looking for full utility as Toponer is walking up.
Does cleanse away the Glacial Prison, but that's going to be an early proc of the Immortal Shield Bow. And look at the carries for Ohio Northern, safe in the backline. Here comes the potential storm. We got to keep our eyes on the forecast. Vitorum with Flash available and a clumped up Purdue is a scary thought indeed for the ultimate. Kato, though, 4 items on the Corki, as we mentioned, poking away one rocket after another. Here comes a potential big one lined up in the queue. Toponer chunked out, cannot participate in this fight, is going to be forced to recall in the range advantage showing. Ohio Northern slowly but surely dwindling down the health bars as the potential Infernal Soul hits the map in 20 seconds. That's Kai cleansing away. Tiger Star trying to flash in. Vitorum trying to get into the fight, trying to slice away. Tiger Star taking away the cannon. No ultimate storm coming in just yet. Toponer has rejoined the fight. Azir's Shurima turret is destroyed in the mid lane. Cuz keeping the health bars high, trying to heal his team, as that was quite a back and forth exchange. ISO with teleport. Tiger Star does not, though. Dragon has spawned, and Ohio Northern want this objective.
Yeah, it's soul point for them. Ohio Northern really wants this Infernal Drake as the Glacial Prison goes out, swing and a miss. And I love Tiger Star's ultimate usage onto the cannon. Slicing Maelstrom is still available. Wiederum is looking for the flank. Toponer and ISO on the flank here as well. This team fight is going to be such a mess. It could be the game-deciding one.
Watch Kato as well, coming in with the package. Gonna try and get rooted up. Slicing Maelstrom, burning down Tiger Star. Kato getting into the back line. Kato has a kill onto Udon. Tiger Star unable to finish off Vitorum. Kai still alive as well. 3-on-3 by the Dragon. Let's see. ISO picking up a big kill with the Emperor's Divide. Finds the carries in the back line. And Purdue, hold on.
That was off the back of Tiger Star, just causing havoc in the back line here. The rest of Purdue Northwest with ISO, and Toponer clean it up. A clean ace for Purdue Northwest onto Ohio Northern University. The Dragon is in their eyes. They've taken it. The Baron is now on the menu for them to feast, as ISO may need to eat some fruit before he goes on to the Baron.
Looking at the respawns really quick here, Shibby. Kato a little slow, will not have the package. There is no hope for a contest. Purdue jump right back into this game. The gold is even as they somehow come out on top during that dragon fight. As you mentioned, Tiger Star, a huge factor. We talked earlier on about how he had a big advantage from the top lane. He's an item up on Vitorum and making sure that the cannon is a null factor in these big fights.
The fact that this cannon has had to use Slicing Maelstrom defensively, right? That one was only onto Tiger Star. I would have much rather seen him use the Slicing Maelstrom onto the backline, similar to how Tiger Star was on their backline. Instead, tries to use it for the defensive option. They think they can burst him out here as the blue buff going over to ISO here. I think with Tiger Star, if he's jumping in onto your backline, if you're the cannon here, flash Maelstrom the rest of the team, right? Keep the damage away so that Tiger Star is the only one doing anything, and that the rest of your team, you have to trust and hope that the rest of your team can handle him, as this 4-item Jaxo Protein Cassante is just doing work right now.
Purdue trying to, kind of extend their little lead. It's only 100 gold right now, but they've still got Baron buff. Tiger Star without the buff. I think Udon probably missing it as well. They're able to knock down the mid lane outer turret at the 36-minute mark. ISO takes a big chunk. He stepped up, but he really shouldn't have. He gets deleted off of the map. Purdue lose their star mid laner as a big pick for Ohio Northern, but not a lot of objectives on the map to play for, mostly just to slow down the pressure of Purdue.
Another lackluster Baron power play, right? We still have a minute left for them, so maybe they could do something here. But like you said, Tier 3 pretty much all across the board up for Ohio Northern. The Tier 2 bottom lane is up as well. But they just aren't able to really push in, right? I mean, the way that these compositions are designed, if you just walk up a little too far forward, you're going to get hit with a Glacial Prison. You're going to get hit with possibly a Senna Root or a Enchanted Crystal Arrow or a Twisted Advance, right? There's so many ways that you can just get locked down and killed that it is very scary for either of these teams to try to even push the aggression to its limits.
Yeah, full builds coming online for both of these teams. Toponer close to finishing off the Lord Dominic's. Hato is at his full build, and I'm just looking forward to this next dragon fight. It's going to be about 90 seconds, and both teams on soul point. The last 7th dragon of this grueling match. We're approaching the 40-minute mark for the first time for at least me and Shibby in the casting booth this season. So MEC week number 2, day 2, between Purdue and Ohio Northern. This has been an awesome start to the day.
I know, this has been crazy, right? Our previous games have been like pretty much less than 30 minutes. I think maybe one went to the 32-minute mark, but 40 minutes in, right? I mean, this is the game decider, right? Whoever picks up this Infernal Dragon, if it's a clean ace, if it's anything like that, it becomes infinitely harder. The Infernal Soul is so devastating for either team, right? The saplings are going to start hitting like a dump truck. The rockets are going to start tearing into your team, right? The Slicing Maelstrom, if that hits with the Infernal Soul, there's so much extra damage that provides. You have to believe that both of these teams are going to be vying for position in this river here.
Big recalls coming in. Kato with teleport, Vitarum with teleport. Actually, all solo laners got that summoner spell online, so flanks galore on the menu. Tiger Star trying to come in and scout out the area. We talked about King Kai on the Caitlyn, traps to set up the objective, and with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, there's no trap set up for Kai. This is Purdue Northwest getting into the objective first, but Aggression looking for the pick. ISO able to flash away from the Glacial Prison. That's going to be Radiant Virtue procced as well. Ace in the hole does connect. I think it's tanked up by Purdue. They've got the river priority as the Dragon spawns. Kato with package ready. Can Ohio Northern find the dive they want into the back line? Vitarum with flash available with the Slicing Maelstrom. 5-on-5, front to back, Shibby. It's on a knife's edge here as the Dragon is started. Cuz trying to force the fight. Vitarum forcing it away. Here's the setup they were hoping for.
Nice package.
Dragon is secured. Ohio Northern get the objective. They get the Infernal Soul, and now the ensuing fight. A huge Slicing Maelstrom. The storm is stopped immediately. A big Survivor Shuffle into the backline. ISO takes over the game. The star for Purdue shows up in the biggest moment. They're looking to finish off Ohio Northern. They can't get the ace. Shibby, ISO takes over yet another fight.
A huge Emperor's Divide. Infernal Soul be damned. The man is going in, and it's literally aggression versus the world. Tiger Star and ISO looking for the inhib. They may look for the game end here. Death timers are high. They do have the cannon minion in tow. Can aggression clear the minion wave out? 2 Nexus turrets up.
Glacial Prison is used to try and slow down the push. We've got another minion wave for Purdue coming in, but the death timers are coming up. Shibby, they have to back away. They win the fight, but they can't win the game.
No flash, no problem. ISO slides on in super smooth with the Azir, gets the Emperor's Divide onto 3, and those Slicing Maelstroms from Wiederum have just been so lackluster, right? He immediately pops it, dies. No Zhonya's in hand, finally picks it up. I mean, this guy just has to pop it and go in. At some point or another, he just needs to use it. He waited too long, and that just allowed the rest of Purdue, even after they lost the Infernal Soul, to just take that fight to another level as Tiger Star and No Use Inc. were just wreaking havoc in the back line here. Purdue Northwest down but not out.
They are, I think, kind of down bad with the Infernal Soul. Ohio Northern are going to have so much poke damage. I think it makes Purdue really have to think about how they want to execute these team fights because they can't get poked out beforehand, and Tiger Star has to slowly back away. Purdue going to focus on the Baron. This is their Hail Mary. This is what they have to go for, but look at Kato. Oh, so much damage from the Corki going to pour in. Health bar is getting quite low. This is what Ohio Northern maybe wants to just poke you while you try to pick up the objective. Whirling Death and Enchanted Crystalero coming in with the Nature's Grasp. Purdue, they want to look for the fight. ISO in the back line. Tiger Star trying to find a pick there onto aggression. Sejuani falls. Ohio Northern 4v5 fight now. Kato trying to poke away. Look at the rockets pouring in. That's going to be an instant headshot. Udon stepping on the trap. It's now 4-on-4 as Baron gets low. Objective is secured. Baron Nashor goes over to Purdue.
Kato.
They're going to try and back away here, Shibby. Kai looking for more headshots. Toponer wants the fight, and he's going to get it. King Kai strikes him down. There go 3 members of Purdue. That's not a lot of Baron buff left on the map as Kato's going to try and hunt down
getting hunted.
Oh, goodness. That's going to be another Purdue member falling. Look at the death timer, Shibby. It's only Tiger Star defending the base.
Oh, man, and there's the rest of Ohio Northern coming in with the siege. Tiger Star looking to be the hero of Purdue Northwest, and he's just getting whittled down, Mac.
Didn't use the ultimate. It's 4-on-2 now. Udon has respawned. The mid lane inhibitor falls. I think Tiger Star is the only one left with Baron as Enchanted Crystalero used. They're trying to defend the base. Ohio Northern going to be forced to back away. Elder Dragon going to be spawning in 2 minutes here. And with Purdue taking the Baron, Ohio Northern, not a lot of map pressure. So this is certainly not the end of the game, Shibby. We might get another big fight around Elder.
I think it'll be our first Elder as well, Mac. I don't believe we've casted an Elder Dragon fight or even an Elder Dragon take here as Purdue Northwest and Ohio Northern taking game 1 to the limits as we are having a bit of production issues, but Hyper's got that under control as we're back with the overlays. 44 minutes in, 4 Infernal Dragons for Ohio Northern, the Infernal Soul in hand. It just seems like an inevitable that they'll close this game out, but somehow, some way, Purdue Northwest, off the back of ISO, and Tiger Star, have been keeping their team alive here. The Emperor's Divide, the Cassante Madness into the backline. It is closer than it should be, Mac, and that is a damning thing for Ohio Northern.
Dragon in a bit, but they're going to try and start the fight and look for a pick. Deponer falls. Ohio Northern not going to wait for the Elder Dragon. They've got the Infernal Soul. They're burning through Purdue as they're going to start trying to pick away at the base and set themselves up for success here. Aggression with the potential pick. Kato and Kai safely in the back line, just firing away continuously. The inhibitor turret falls. The inhibitor not much longer. Vitarum trying to find a slicing maelstrom into the back line, does take down Udon, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. ISO trying to send the soldiers forward. Tiger Star slicing through Ohio Northern. Shutdown going over to the Star top laner. Aggression has to back away. Kato backs off. They're teleporting into the base. This could be game as Purdue could try and steal this one from under Ohio Northern. The package is there at the base. Kato delivery coming in. Flashing Tiger Star with a huge shield. Not going to be taken down just yet. Knocking him into ISO. Shutdown going over to Purdue. They take the fight from their base. They're trying to end it here, but Aggression takes down ISO. Death timers are coming up. Cousin Kai will return shortly. Elder Dragon is on the map. Shibby, Toponer is there. Purdue look for yet another objective as the madness of this game continues. I cannot believe what's going on. Vitarum now teleporting.
The back and forth, the teleports coming in. Vitarum teleporting onto Draven here on the Elder Dragon. Is he going to take it? Who's going to get it?
No, you stink secures it. The slicing maelstrom is not enough. Vitarum is taken down and the objective is secured by Purdue.
They take the Elder. Purdue Northwest in the driver's seat now. Can Ohio Northern hold out? Can they wait the Elder Dragon out? Baron is up in 1 minute and 45 seconds as well. There's a small window for Purdue to use the Elder Dragon to take the Baron. Oh, this is getting close. 47 minutes in. The game is close as can be. Nearly 70 kills in this game, Mac. The game is back and forth. Average day between MEC bangers, 0. We cannot avoid them. The MEC Day 2, Game 1, Week 2, Purdue Northwest, Ohio Northern is giving me a heart attack, Mac.
And just because I love Senna so much, can we get a check on how many stacks Cuz is at this point
Souls?
in the game? Yeah, how many? Well, he's stacking. Come on, he's stacking up. You know, it's 167. I think that might be the highest I've ever seen it.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. 48 minutes in here. This is Purdue Northwest. They have the Elder in hand. I mean, this is scary, right? Because if you're Ohio Northern, there's not much you can do. You have to poke them out. You cannot hard engage with the Slicing Maelstrom, with the Glacial Prison here, because there's just the Execute available. And this Draven is going to be hitting super hard. If he gets 2 axes onto your Caitlyn, onto your Corki, that's an Elder Dragon Execute waiting to be used.
They get the mid lane inhibitor Baron in 30 seconds. Elder Dragon going to be slowly but surely fading away. Ohio Northern, they have to wait until the buff goes away. Let's see if Purdue gives them that opportunity. They're looking to push into the base. They don't have any pressure through bot lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses. Here comes the Nature's Grasp right in front of the Nexus turrets. They're looking for the end. They're looking for the fight with the Elder Dragon. Nexus is exposed. It's time for the base defense.
So
Purdue
damage!
health bars are deleted from the storm. Ohio Northern, they defend the base and send Purdue packing.
All you need is one. Every single Slicing Maelstrom has led up to this point. Wiederum with the massive cannon ultimate to end Purdue Northwest's Game 1 here. They are going to look to push into the base. The death timers are high, Mac. You have to believe now, finally, with the super minions pushing into the bottom lane, that Kato and the rest of ONU are going to end this game. One Nexus taken down, the second one as well.
Nexus is exposed. Ohio Northern, they lose the Elder Dragon, but they're going to be able to win the fight in their base. Heist completed, defense successful. Ohio Northern take the win in just under 50 minutes. Oh my goodness, Shibby. What a start to the series. Ohio Northern versus Purdue Northwest. It is going the distance, man. What a finish.
Oh man, my heart's beating, man. It's going 200 BPMs a minute. That game was neck and neck from minute 1. The bot ganks, the aggression in the mid, the objective taking, the trading, the base races, the base defenses, all in one game. I couldn't have asked to a better start to my Sunday morning, Mac. ONU eke out the win, but I have a strong feeling we're going to go all 3 games here.
We better get buckled in and settled, Shibby, because these two teams were dead even for pretty much 50 minutes, which is just ridiculous. MEC action in week number 2, absolutely delivering. We're going to need a breather after that. I know the players are going to need one as well, just like... And this is really where, Shibby, I think a lot of these players get tested. If you're on the side of Purdue, you know, how many energy drinks you got after that? I don't think they'll be needing it after this one.
No, not at all. Their blood's pumping, their veins are coursing, they're going, and I can't wait for the Game 2 adaptation here. King Kai and the rest of Ohio Northern, like we said, eke out the win. That one Slicing Maelstrom did it for them into that base. Shoutouts to Wiederum, man. He was struggling, but I love the fact that at the end, he pulls it through with the rest of his team. 1-0 Ohio Northern University. I'm excited for game 2. The adaptations, the different drafts. Are they going to give ISO a hard carry? This man popped up on the Azir, saved his team, bought them some time along with Tigerstar. I don't think they're getting the Cassante again, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It will be interesting. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up and ready to go for the second match in this series. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back with some more MEC action. Hello and welcome back to the Unified live stream, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. We are continuing on our coverage of the MEC CLOL 2023 regular season, and there was nothing regular about that last game, Chibi, as Purdue Northwest and Ohio Northern battled through a 50-minute match. Ohio Northern ended up coming out on top.
It regularly looked like my solo queue games, Mac. That's about as regular as it looked. Like you said, a 50-minute slugfest, right? Just absolute haymakers at the end. It's like when those boxers at like round 7, round 8, they get real tired, right? And they're just like trying to knock each other out, blow for blow. As Elder Dragons were taken, we casted our first Elder, I believe also our first Infernal Soul as well. So that was really cool to see. There was a base race happening at some point, right? Base defenses happening, but ONU comes out on top. And you know, I think the one defining moment was that huge slicing maelstrom from Wiederum here, right? We were talking about how some of them were super lackluster throughout the game, but he just hits that really big one at the end of the game with the base defense, gets 4 people caught up. I believe after that, Corky ended up, or Kato ended up hitting a massive big one onto like 4 members, shredding their team with the Infernal Soul plus the full build Corky. I mean, like we said, there was a lot of things that could have gone wrong and right for both of those teams, a lot that they can learn from. And if anything is like game 1, man, I'm buckled in. I got my heart rate monitor ready to go.
And as we start thinking about game number 2, I think it's important to consider for both of these teams just how taxing a game like that can be. And so I'm really looking for Purdue to show their resilience. They've gone down in series before. They're no stranger to fighting through a series. And this is really kind of important for their start of the season. They started off 2-0. To come back in week number 2 and take a 0-2 against some of these teams that, you know, are somewhat new to the MEC. I mean, Ohio Northern, not so much a newcomer, but definitely I think would be kind of a surprise here. But behind the back of King Kai, after going toe-to-toe with Toponer's Draven in the early game, Ohio Northern, they have their identity, and they did really, I think, show in that first match just how well they can execute it.
Yeah, it's like we said, it's really encouraging to see that regardless of what happened last series with Purdue Northwest, they're still putting a lot of trust into their bot lane, right? Into Poner and Udon Bidon. And Udon, he's been playing really well, right? Like, we sing his praises all the time, but he is probably one of the most impactful supports in MEC, right? His roam timings, the way he has such insane champion flexibility, right? This guy can play both engage, he plays the AD supports in Varus and Ashe, he also plays the Enchanter supports, he also can throw in a little bit of Renata when he wants to. This guy is literally able to play anything for his team, and he's able to be effective on it, which is the very important thing, right? It's not just that he plays it and sometimes is passive in lane and sometimes doesn't have a big impact. Every single champion that he's on, he's been able to affect the map, affect the game for Purdue Northwest in a positive way, and I don't expect that to change. So I really love to see Udon on these playmaking supports.
So far, bans starting off the same as they were in game number 1. Dare I say, Shibby, that these two teams, they haven't swapped sides. Purdue on the blue side, Ohio still on the red side. Do we just get a salty run back of game number 1? I'm really curious where these players' mentals are at. Purdue have responded before. I remember just last Sunday in the Briarcliff series, a really close first match, and they were able to turn it around in that series. Now begs the question, what is this Purdue team going to be able to bring to the plate? Are they going to be able to consistently come back from being down? Or is this going to be kind of a moment where, hey, this might be one of the more middle of the pack teams kind of stuck in the middle? We'll have to see. They've got some solid stars. We've talked a lot about Icer. Toponer and Udon have their moments in the bot lane. I thought No You Stink had an awesome non-stinky start to his game, getting an early gank off into the bot lane, and obviously Tiger Star's Cassante has looked awesome. we see an adaptation. King Kai's not getting his Caitlyn back in game number 2, Shibby.
Yeah, ONU, respect banning the Cassiopeia, Varus, like we said, and Cassidon as well, just not allowing ISO to be on these hard carries. I mean, even then, the guy was on his ear, and he was quiet for most of the game.
Yeah.
Then it hit like
sure.
the 35-minute mark, and this man hits like 3 really solid Emperor's Divides in a row to just try to kind of clean up ONU. I mean, it's damn the champion, right? ISO is him, right? He will make any champion work. He will try to do the playmaking ability. As you mentioned, the salty run back. Deja vu, are we seeing Maokai locked in for No Use Stink? Are we going to see the Sejuani rotated? Oh my god. Oh, whoa.
Crazy concept. That's wild, man. 2 tank junglers, and this time, Ohio Northern thinking about the Sejuani Ashe Freljord synergy. It's like team fight tactics up in here, Shibby. They're trying to get the synergy going, but Cassante left open. We talked about Karma being a solid option left open as well, potentially for the support role. A lot is wide open, as we kind of feel like the ban phase is very much player focused, not so much taken away from the meta power picks. So we'll have to see what these teams are most comfortable on. Vitarum taking a little bit of a switch away from the Cassante, and Tiger Star says, bet man, I'll go toe-to-toe with you, man. Fiora, very much a skill expressive champion, and you need those fine mechanics to, I think, play the Cassante matchup right.
Yeah, the repost can do wonders against the Cassante. We've seen the Fiora taken into the Cassante at the professional level here, you know, at the LCS and everything like that, with varied success. Like we said, I think the Gwen so far has been kind of the best performer, at least in the MEC, right? With Prankru kind of leading the charge there. But the Fiora, the Kennen, like I said, I love watching these adaptations, not banning out the Cassante, understanding how to deal with him after a couple weeks of play. As Purdue Northwest, Chapono is going to get his Zeri, and this guy is kind of insane on the Zeri, right? He's one of, like, when I think of Zeri in the MEC, I think of Toponer.
King Kai thinking about the Sivir to go into it, something that I think can kind of go toe-to-toe with it in towards sort of those late game team fights, Shibby, right? You can empower the rest of the team, you can ricochet through all of the enemies to hit everybody. I think it's something that falls within the category of comfort for Ohio Northern, where it's somewhat simple to execute for the team, but super effective. Hey man, just speed everybody up and run into their faces. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I don't expect any Navori Quickblade shenanigans here, right? I would assume that she's going to go pretty standard. Kraken, IE, most likely PD, right? Get that huge power spike, like you said, going. Get the 3-item Sivir. You could see Navori maybe, like, as an adaptation, right? So she can get more of those, like you said, bouncing blades off, the ricochets, because the crits will end up helping her in the long run. She could also get her E cooldown going, right? Blocks an ability. So if King Kai really values that more utility-based Sivir build with the Navori, you can definitely go it. Will be interesting to see, though. I have a pretty good feeling that, knowing the kind of the player Kai is, he's gonna go for more of the IE hard damage. I'm gonna put the team on my back kind of build. As the second round of bans are coming through, and they're tapped in as the Karma being taken away from Purdue Northwest. Don't want to give that Karma Sivir lane. Mantra E plus R Sivir, you're never running away from that team.
They will run you down in the streets, run you all the way down mid lane. Really tough to deal with. The mid lane and supports for both teams have not been locked in. I have seen some Red 5 support techs with just how important the bot lane is, so I'm curious if Kato's just going to try and lock in something safe and blindable, but it's going to be the Yuumi. They're going to save Kato that Red 5 counter pick, just lock in something safe for the Ohio Northern bot lane.
And Cuz has already played one game of Yuumi on I believe week 1, but we're on, like we said, we're on 13.1B. I mean, I feel like Yuumi is just not that good anymore. Maybe Cuz knows something I don't. Maybe they got the secret Yuumi tech going. I mean, Yuumi Cassante. They are trying to deny possibly the Yuumi Zeri, but like even then, right? I feel like Yumi is in such a bad spot as a support. Like, you want to pair something else up with the Zeri here. But Yumi Kasante kind of sounds devious just a little bit, right? With the shred, as we see the Akali sneaking through the ban for ISO. ISO, I see your eyes, Mac. The PTSD is coming back for you, isn't it?
We got a 20 bomb from ISO yesterday on the Akali. This is one of his most comfortable champions that both sides had to focus on the supports in the second phase of ban, so makes it a little tricky. We've got a skill matchup between Kato and ISO in the mid lane for game number 2.
I know, Silas Akali, a classic mid lane matchup. One of the classic ones that I actually love seeing. It's not Corki Azir, it's Silas Akali. People are going to be darting this way, darting that way. I don't know where they're going to be going. It's going to be an absolute slugfest between these mid laners. Bot laners are looking to play for scaling. The Soraka being locked in for Purdue Northwest. I really like that. The silence is really strong. If you can get that onto somebody like the Silas, or somebody even like the Kasante here, you can kind of slow down their ability rotation, mess up their timings, lock them down, and you can get a guaranteed silence route from the Soraka if you layer it on after the Maokai route. So there's some intricacies going on with Purdue Northwest's team comp, where if they lock you down, you'll be locked down, rooted, silenced, and then rooted again for almost 3 seconds at a time, and that's more than enough for Fiora, Akali, and Zeri to clean up these fights. A lot of late game scaling options for Purdue Northwest. Not to be outdone though, Kasante and Sivir on the back of ONU looking to put the team on their back. Silas is going to have a lot of early game pressure though. ISO Akali, man. Mac, I think you might be right. He could drop another 20 bomb here.
What I'm a little curious about, Shibby, for this bot lane interaction, just with how important the bot lane is for both of these teams. We saw the priority from Stink just last match to get an early gank down there. Does the Soraka silence will actually mess up Yumi trying to hop off and then hop back on, right? It will kind of stop that. So I think that's really interesting, something to kind of keep our eyes out for. I know we're talking about these teams having super late game focused compositions, but we had a bloodbath in game number 1, so I'm expecting both of these teams to come back out swinging. I wonder if maybe the aggression will be a little tampered with after that first kind of match. Maybe both teams will kind of level out and kind of play a little less aggressive, but based on how the first match went, Shibby, man, I can't help but get it out of my mind with how many kills there was going on the map.
Just in the back rooms, both coaches lambasting them. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, that is not what we trained for. That is not how I've coached you guys to play League of Legends. That was a solo queue game for all intents and purposes. As we are loading into the Rift, Mac, Purdue Northwest, Ohio Northern, game 2 of week 2, day 2 of the MEC conference here, Mac. If it's anything like game 1, I am ready to have my doctor on the line. The ER room is waiting for me.
Got 911 on speed dial as immediately Kato looking for the chains. Stink just going to back away. We might see Udon be able to drop down some deep wards on the bottom side of the jungle of Ohio Northern. Both of these teams trying to feel each other out, Shibby, and get some jungle start information. We know how flexible the pathing can be in this new season. Has opened up a lot of routes that we've even seen on stream. So this early game information is actually pretty critical for some of the teams to get some sort of insight into where these junglers might be going.
Yeah, and I love the immediate response from Udon here, right? Drops the ward onto the enemy blue side here as Ohio Northern is just doing that aggression. That's a pretty standard set play from ONU. They did it last game. I believe they did it last week as well, where they're just kind of invading onto the top side, get that ward down onto the blue buff, see where the jungler is starting. But like you said, with the creative pathing that happens, and even when they found out, they kind of predetermined where Purdue Northwest was starting, No Use Stink was still able to get a really nice gank onto Kai and Kuz. Not playing the Caitlyn and Senna, less mobile lane in game 1. The Sivir Yumi should be a lot safer. They'll just be playing intrinsically a lot safer as well, as they're both looking to scale here. Kuz, though, on this Yumi, I want to see what work that they can put in, because for all intents and purposes, everything I've been hearing is that Yuumi is dead. Yumi's done. She's not that good anymore. They gutted the champion, so if they can make it work, would be a nice little back pocket support pick that they can have in their arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, ISO getting the level 2 first in the mid lane, trying to look for a trade there. Level 2 first on really across the board. Tiger Star able to get it in the top lane, bot lane getting it as well. Purdue playing aggressive out of the gate despite losing that grueling first match. They're back here ready to play in game 2.
Yeah, as the gank is already coming in for both junglers.
Flashing in, trying to find the CC. Kato able to escape with his flash. Aggression now is the one getting low. Stink picks up first blood, and ISO Zakali picking up right where he left off.
Ooh, the dive comes in. No, you stink. Ooh. Okay, he went for the root, which was insane. Bot lane as well, trading here. Like you said, really nice counter gank coming out from No You Stink here. The first move was made from Ohio Northern with the Sejuani Silas. The double melee solo lanes for Ohio Northern with the Sejuani is really nice, but the counter gank comes in. Luckily for Ohio Northern, Maokai picks up the kill, not ISO, so it's not over just yet.
Right. Yeah, we've seen the kind of work he can do, particularly in skirmish-heavy matches.
Yeah.
It just seemed like he was all over the map yesterday. I'm curious if Purdue can handle the sort of ebb and flow of this match, as ISO's got to be careful. He's getting pretty low. Did use Ignite. Both mid laners with teleport available. Aggression on the bottom side of the map. Stink sitting in mid. No flash on the Maokai, but he's still going to look for a gank here. Dashing in with the advance onto a minion. Kato runs to Aggression as Toponer quite low. King Kai in his domain in the bot lane is looking quite strong in this early game, Shibby.
The Soraka not able to heal up enough of that damage here. Toponer ended up taking Cleanse with the Flash, while Kai ended up going Ghost Flash, which is what we kind of typically see on the Sivers. They really value that movement speed because of her short range. She has to kind of make up for it by moving around, dipping and darting to get those autos off, to get, like you said, the ricochet and bouncing blades going. Yeah. As Toponer, like you said, super weak with the Zeri. They denied the Zeri Yuumi potentially here, but Zeri Soraka should have the same effectiveness in terms of lane dominance, or at least lane pressure. It's just because with the heal, with the exhaust, and the bouncing blades hitting, Ohio Northern's bot lane able to get that priority, shove Toponer and Udon beat on in and get a nice back going. Noon Quiver to Cull here as mid lane Kato, once again, the eye of their...
Wow, the flash from Udon coming in, and the slice from ISO to pick up a kill. We talked a lot last game just how roam-heavy Udon can be, in a really solid map rotation there. Just, hey, I'm coming out of base, I'm going to head straight for mid lane.
Yeah, and I wanted to beg that question, right? How effective is Udon going to be on the roams on a champion like Soraka? And it doesn't matter, right? Flash silence, like you said, able to secure the kill onto Kato here. Akali 1-0-1 with the help of Soraka, really nice. But that may begin to bite them in the back as Soraka's flash is down. Aggression can look for a gank into the bot lane to look and just capitalize on something like that summoner spell being blown.
Yep, that's right. We'll have to see. Ohio Northern love playing around Kai in the bot lane, so certainly going to be keeping that thought in the back of our mind, Shibby, right? When is Aggression going to come down and try and help out his bot lane? It will be interesting to kind of see. He's on the bottom side of the map right now. Top lane been slow as usual. Weeder run actually on level 6 before Tiger Star, but not quite looking for a fight just yet. Grand Challenge now available. It's going to be tough for these two to go toe-to-toe with each other. It's going to be really even dueling throughout the early game.
It'll be interesting seeing what the interaction is, what happens when Tiger Star uses the Grand Challenge. Wait a minute, we might see a fight in the mid lane here. Udon Beaton's here.
Purdue with the numbers advantage. Kato dashing away. Aggression just trying to survive. Both Ohio Northern players able to escape with their life, Chibi, and from what was a very bot lane centered match for game number 1, Ohio Northern, very cool playing with that game plan. Now Purdue trying to shift a little bit of the game narrative in game number 2. They're trying to play around ISO.
I mean, this guy got his Akali. I mean, after what happened yesterday, I would play around ISO's Akali, right? Giving him the attention, making sure that he's sitting comfortably in lane, especially into the Sylas matchup. He's about 11 CS up with a kill as well, so he's definitely up in the trading power in the gold. But Sylas, one of those champions that's deceptively strong with very few items, has the Kingslayer available, has, like you said, the ultimate steal plus the chains, can really trade pretty heavy with his Akali. That's why it's, like you said, such a skill matchup. Sylas, though, having a bit of trouble. Kato, unfortunately, not as effective on the Sylas as he is on the Corki here. Teamfight has yet to break out, but given everything that's happened within the first roughly 8 minutes, Purdue Northwest have gotten themselves a nice 1,000 gold lead.
Kai's got to be careful with the aggression. Stink
Udon's
sitting in the
baiting
Pride
so
Rush. Udon getting so low. That's rough for the Soraka. Not a lot of healing opportunity at the low health total. Kai looking for the trade. No use Stink recalling. He's gone. Ultimate use. Toponer wants to look for the fight with the ultimate advantage. Kai just clearing the wave, able to back off. Pops the Ghost. That extra move speed helps with getting out.
Yeah, Ghost for heal here. That's a pretty solid trade actually for Ohio Northern. We didn't even see Cuz pop the heal or exhaust after Topono used the ultimate. They didn't seem too phased when Zeri popped the ultimate. They were just like, all right, cool, we're just gonna kill your support then. Nice Summoner Spell trade. Nice confidence from Ohio Northern here to kind of steal their will and say, you know what? Even though the Zeri's ulting, we can take this. We're Zeri Yumi. We have the item advantage, the Noon Quiver, like you said, to the Cole and the boots. I mean, there's not much Zeri can do. He has a nice dive coming in from aggression.
Trying to flash onto Toponer. Cleanse is used. Stuns come through, and Kato gets a kill on his Sylas. Ohio Northern really playing around the bot lane well, and we got to compare, you know, how well is Ohio Northern playing the bot lane versus how big of a lead ISO is getting in the mid lane. Right now, a lot of turret plate gold going the way of Ohio Northern, trying to reduce that gold lead. And honestly, King Kai up big in the CS department.
Yeah, 85 to 68, getting some turret plates for themselves as well. And the question there would have been on that gank is whether Toponer should have used the cleanse on the W, or if once the stun came out from Sejuani's E, should he have cleansed it? Would that have given enough time for Sylas to come in with the flash E, like we said? It's a very hard decision to make. Toponer, I think, played it as correctly as you could there, just unable to live as that aggression, as the aggression dive came in.
Nature's Grasp coming in, rooted down the silence as well, and an execution coming through from ISO. It's like clockwork at this point. He knows what he's doing. Purdue secured the Rift Herald previously. They're probably going to drop it here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was really nice from Purdue Northwest here. We saw that combo in effect, right? The W Maokai route into the silence. Kato really had nowhere to go as charge does come in. TP coming in from Kato. They're going to look to maybe get a kill on the back end.
Kato stealing the Nature's Grasp. Are Purdue going to be able to escape? The roots coming in. Double root onto the back line. No use Stink. No mana available. But ISO coming in. The healing
from guys.
ISO gets taken down. Shut down for Kai. Ohio Northern able to answer the Purdue aggression in the mid lane with a roam up from bot of their own. Udon's not the only one, Shivy, who can roam up into the mid lane to help out. Ohio Northern priority over this next dragon.
Is there a roam by Cuz if he's just hanging on the back of aggression? Is it really a roam at that point? Or is he just hitching a ride? No, I'm just joking. Cuz really good with the Yumi, right? With the Lost Chapter coming in. I love the fact that, you know, both of these teams are still matching aggression. Like you said, you know, it might be a more quieter game, right, because of the scaling options. Definitely is. Not as many kills at the 11-minute mark, but still,
oh my gosh,
these teams are trying to... yeah, they're going to lose Dragon. They're going to muscle out because they just don't have the damage, unfortunately. Thanks for the leash. Purdue Northwest says they take the Chemtech, they take the Ocean, and another Infernal Soul on the menu. Ohio Northern, no stranger to the Infernal Dragons here. They may look to leverage their advantage in the bot lane for those upcoming Infernal Dragons.
Yep, let's see a bit of a fight here. Cuz trying to bob and weave,
that's a lot of damage from Kai.
Toponer getting quite low. Kai has got the Mythic completed, the Kraken Slayer doing a lot of work. Udon has a healthy amount of HP to work with. Nature's Grass, they don't see this one coming, Shibby. They don't see the flash onto Kai coming in. Now Cuz the Yumi, he says, can I please hitch a ride? Help, get me out of here! But there's no escape for Cuz. A big play on the bot side of the map for Purdue. As they look, they've got a 2K gold lead.
And the target selection has been to be desired here, as Udon Beaton hasn't really taken a lot of damage in these team fights. And you saw Sivir and Cuz here, they were able to trade pretty well onto Toponer, but all that HP was just given back to him as the Soraka had the Wish available, had the W available as well. So I feel like this target selection is going to come bite them in the back as Wiederum.
Oh, the parry misses, and Vitarum barely able to get out of that gank. Didn't even need to use flash though, so that's a big win here. Kai might be able to finish off this outer turret, and Shibby, I think this is where the Ohio Northern composition can really start getting going. Move Kai out of the bot lane after getting this turret, kind of move him around the map because he's really strong right now.
Start skirmishing, right? Use the Sivir ultimate to your advantage. Press the R button with everybody in tow. Aggression and Kato, though, once again, getting ganked in the mid lane. No Use Stink and Udon Beaton are just being a pain in the rear for Kato right now.
Just no breathing room for the Ohio
None
mid laner as he's going to dash in and try and trade with ISO just a little bit. He's got the Akali ultimate hijacked as the first turret falls. Kai getting a pick, and that's the risk you run with Udon. Roaming up and trying to help out ISO in the mid lane. You lose out on some of the priority for Toponer, who's just going to absorb the wave. Rift Herald not quite spawning up just yet, but a lot of top lane priority for Purdue. Vitarum's got to be careful. There's 4 members of Purdue on the top side of this map. Aggression has to be careful as well. He doesn't get caught out.
Ooh, the Shuriken comes in.
The perfect execution as well. That's going to be an easy kill for ISO. 3-1 on the Akali. I'm getting deja vu already, Shivy, as it might be another one of those ISO games.
I know, this guy catching people out in the jungle with Akali. I mean, that's ISO's specialty here. Waits out the ability uses, gets hit by the Glacial Prison, was still able to secure the kill. I feel like this guy just knows his damage thresholds so well with this champion, as they're looking for somewhat of a red buff bait here. Aggression coming back from spawn, though. I don't know if the rest...
Roots connect. Nature's Grasp is here. ISO trying to get into the fight, but slowed down for the time being. Kato getting real low, trying to heal up, but the Soraka heals are just there as well. Purdue slay King Kai as well. Toponer gets a kill onto his competition there in the bot lane, and Purdue just seems like they're playing the map better right now, Shibby.
Yeah, as we see a flash of the gold here, pretty much everybody on the side of Purdue, other than their 80 carry Zeri, is above in gold, right? Jungle, top, and mid, all much farther ahead of their counterparts. Really, it's just Kai with about a 6,000 to 4,500 gold lead against Toponer here. And I just don't think he's at that point where he can 1v5 yet. He only has the Kraken Slayer. No PD has been built. No IE yet. So I think Ohio Northern kind of needed to slow their roll on the aggression just a bit. Group up, get a pick, but don't try to skirmish with the Akali, with the Zeri, with the Maokai. I mean, I feel like you're just asking to get locked down and destroyed if you're gonna start scrapping with them, especially when they have a 4,000 gold lead. Like, you can tab and look at the item difference between the teams. You know, it's easy to understand how you're behind in gold.
Rift Herald, meanwhile, secured by Purdue. Kai in the mid lane trying to hold down the fort. That's a lot of damage, but Udon's there with the healing to back it up. You mentioned the target priority, and Toponer is just going to get healed up every time. As Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, No Use Stink has the potential, just going to throw down the Rift Herald. That's going to be able to knock down the tower with ease. Kai going to try and rotate up to deal with the threat, but that might just give away Dragon and potentially Soul Point.
Yeah, a really quick soul point as well, right? Taking the third dragon at the 16.5-minute mark. We could see a 22-minute Infernal Soul for Purdue Northwest, which would more than likely close the game out as ISO doing isolated activities.
That's a whole lot of damage coming out of the Purdue mid laner. Dragon getting real low. Here comes the fight as Vitarum trying to get in. ISO dashing around, locks onto Kato. Dragon still alive. No use stink with the smite, secures it, but we got a 5v5 fight in the river, actually 4v5. Now looking at Ohio Northern to come out on top. ISO, and Tiger Star each survive. No, oh goodness, I'm all over this fight, man. Dragon is going to be given over to Purdue. Kato finally falls. That was a 4v5. Tiger Star's been sitting up in the top lane this whole time, Shibby. This is Purdue just trying to stay alive, trying to heal through all the damage. No you stink and Udon, the only ones able to survive. But look at Tiger Star's up 60 CS, and this is what we found from him in the last game, just dominating Vitarum.
Yeah, and really nice from him, right? 160 CS, picks up the tier 2. That's 600 gold going into his pocket. He is firmly ahead. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back with just a straight legendary item. Okay, finishes the boot, says, ISO, TP's in!
He's got the ultimate ready, dashing all over, a clean triple kill for the Akali, as ISO is on his favorite champion.
Why would you give this man the Akali? It was banned out in game 1. By Purdue Northwest, I believe. They didn't want to give it to Kato. Then Ohio Northern's like, you know what? We could give ISO the Akali. Yeah, he dropped the 20 bomb last game. Yeah, he's been like the premier Akali in MEC. Kato with the absolute confidence thinking he can take it with the Silas. But that's not the matchup, right? ISO doesn't play the 1v1 as a tower dive comes in from No You Stink. He ends up biting the dust as Kato picks up that kill. But ISO doesn't play for the 1v1. He plays for the team fights.
He plays for the skirmishing as well, I feel like, and he knows when to skedaddle on out of there. Ohio Northern, their whole team barreling through the mid lane. That's ISO's cue to leave on out of there. Meanwhile, Tiger Star, he's totally fine just having the team skirmish and fights. He's going to be in your side lane. He's got a huge gold lead over the Cassante. Now ISO, no ultimate, or actually does have the ultimate, dashing in once again. Kai getting real low. Glacial Prison misses. ISO's not going to jail today, baby. He is popping off and having another big performance.
That's really scary, right? When you're going against that Akali and one of your big CC abilities misses, because that just gives them the green light. And we've seen ISO play around these CC abilities so well with this Akali. I mean, there's a reason we praise it all the time. There's a reason it's banned against him so consistently. This guy, on any given moment, when it's needed, he's like the Avengers, man. When you call and you get them on this Akali, ISO is able to just do and put work on this champion.
And really, you asked it as well. Why not just ban it away? That's got to be the question Ohio Northern's asking themselves. Is Purdue a much different story from game number 1? Purdue answering back. This is what we've seen them do before. You know, they got the Sunday morning snoozies, and they're coming back strong. They were woken up from game 1, and they're up at the 20-minute mark, about 6K gold.
Yeah, and like that question is probably on Kato probably thought he could take it, right? If you're somebody as confident as them, I don't think Kato's one of those players that's going to concede a matchup, right? Obviously, going into the Corki Azir, taking that in, he probably believes that he can take the Akali with his Silas. Not that he did a bad job in lane necessarily against ISO. It was the fact that Purdue Northwest provided so much support, right? No You Stink and Udon Bidon both coming into the mid lane to consistently gank Kato and using that aggression against him, using that pressure against him so well, just allows ISO to snowball, get these skirmishes, like you said, get some assassinations in the jungle here, as mythic items are all but completed, along with the 2-item power spikes here on the side of Purdue Northwest. You look on the side of Ohio Northern, they're just super far behind. Other than Kai, who has his 2 items, everybody else is sitting on their mythic plus some change.
Yeah, just whatever they can find underneath the couch, in their pockets. Yeah. They've got some lint coming out and a penny here and there. The fight for the Infernal Soul counting down 25 seconds away. Ohio Northern, they've got everyone coming down. ISO up in the top lane. No teleport available for the Akali. Slowly but surely it's coming up.
Yeah, it'll take, I think, before the dragon comes up here. They have the timer, and I think it'll be really crazy if ISO gets an insane flank. Ohio Northern is kind of put into a rock and a hard place. They have to take the fight onto the dragon here, but instead they're looking for the mid lane aggression.
Nature's Grass coming out, big
back.
root to Poner, coming in with a huge ultimate. Here comes ISO into
ISO,
the backline. Kai trying to run away with the ghost. Kato dashing out as well. This is Purdue finding all the answers here in game number 2, as it is a clean ace at the 22-minute mark.
Yeah, they're going to turn their eyes towards the Baron here. I think what they could do is they could just send Tiger Star to the Dragon and the rest take the Baron. That way you get... Okay, there you go. There you go, guys.
Got it. Roger that, Chippy. We're on it. I'm headed down to Dragon.
No problem. I'll throw an assist here and there, as they are going to send, like we said, Tiger Star into the Dragon to take that away. The respawn timers are pretty short, as aggression has just come up. But by doing this, both objectives are secured. The Baron and the Infernal Soul for Purdue Northwest. After game 1, 0-1 is their comfort spot. Right, Mac? Like, we saw last week, they dropped game 1. And then they just absolutely dominated BCU in game 2 and 3. Same thing here. Purdue Northwest coming out in game 2 just in an absolute dominant fashion. 45 to 35,000, 23-minute mark. That's a 10,000 gold lead, Mac. Purdue Northwest is not playing any games.
Watch this. Kato about to get deleted with the Infernal Soul. ISO, he wants to save the ultimate. Don't even need it. And just how do you stop ISO Zakali, Shibby? I don't know, man.
It's really hard. As ISO getting that 9-2 and 5 score line here, picking up the needlessly large rod. Everybody on the side of Purdue Northwest has cashed their gold, right? They're looking to push in. This is almost ending, right? The purple people eaters are here to play. Purdue Northwest taking out all the turrets. The tier 3 ones are the only ones standing. A nice Baron power play. Are they going to be able to get more, though? It is only the 24-minute mark. Even a clean ace here probably doesn't end the game. High, though.
Big root, Ohio Northern looking for a play out of desperation. They want to try and come back in this game. Tiger Star trying just deletes Vitarum in the top matchup to Poner, flashing in. Kai barely escapes with the explosive cone. ISO still with his ultimate available, wasn't even really there for that fight. They're going to be opening up the base now.
No, he was in the top side pushing, split pushing, as they are going to take, like you said, the mid lane inhibitor. Bot lane wave is in their favor right now. They still have a couple, I believe, 30 seconds on that Baron, if not a little bit more. So they are going to be able to look to push that bottom lane inhibitor. The tier 3 taken. Oh, they're just going to take the tower. Actually, they're going to back off here. Everybody on the side of Ohio Northern is there to defend with full health bars. Yep. A smart play here. Tempered aggression is what I like to see from Purdue Northwest. If you over-aggress, you give them a chance to come back in. Majority of your team has 500, 250, and 400 gold shutdowns here. So if you give that over to a player like Kai, if you give him that huge influx of gold, as we do see the Kraken PD Navori build coming out, he's somebody that is very liable to carry.
It's their only hope at this point. Ohio Northern, they're please King, try and get us out of this one. But with ISO diving into the backline, he's almost got his Rabadon's death cap completed. It's going to be a little bit of a tough ask, as the next fight might just be the game for Ohio Northern. A quick game 2 here. 20 kills to just 5, Shibby. Absolutely great turnaround. Purdue, we talked about resilience and wanting to see them, come back after a tough loss, and Purdue's done just that. And it's really impressive to see as ISO dashing in, and Kato just don't stand a chance. Oh, that wrong dash way, but ISO going back to
we didn't see that. I had my glasses off, Mac. I don't know what that was. Just a really nice chunk from ISO. That's a tactical ultimate there. Zoning. Right? Zoning ultimate here, as no objectives are on the board here. 2.5 minutes apiece for both the Baron and the Elder Dragon. The bot lane inhibitor is exposed. I would love to see Purdue just go for a 4-1 split. Let the super minions push into the mid lane. Let somebody like the Fiora or the Akali split that bot lane here and just
Yeah.
have the rest of your team pressure that top side turret here. And that's kind of something we need to see adaptation-wise from some of these teams. It's like, well, what do we do now? Well, it's not nothing. You can't just bounce waves back into the team. You want to apply as much pressure as you can with the inhibitor down. In the mid lane, you can look to push top and bot, and some of these higher level teams, like we said, the Ottawas, the Purdue's, that's what they're doing. They're taking their game to the next level in that aspect, and I feel like Purdue Northwest is just right there on the cusp of doing those kinds of things.
Yeah, for sure. Ohio Northern down quite a bit. They've defended the base very well before. Let's see if they can do it again as Purdue, with no objectives left on the map to take, are grouped up on the bottom side of the map, looking for any sort of poke pick they can find. Ohio Northern doing a solid job staying grouped up. Nobody really getting picked out just yet.
Yeah, they're just pushing waves in, waiting for the Baron, waiting for the Dragon to spawn. It looks like they value that Elder Dragon a little bit more, as we don't really see a lot of vision being placed around that Baron River or Baron Pit. A majority of it is scattered kind of across Ohio Northern's blue side jungle here. You see a bunch of red wards here and there. You see some blue pinks like around the map. So I get it. Elder Dragon's a lot more powerful. It's kind of a bit of more game-ending style, where if you're playing this assassin, skirmishing, team fight heavy team composition, which is what Purdue Northwest is doing with the Akali and the Maokai, the Elder Dragon is just a better overall objective.
Yeah, big power spikes coming in for the side of Purdue. Rabadon's death cap completed, Infinity Edge online. 3 items against pretty much all 1 or 2 items on the side of Ohio Northern. It's going to make this Elder Dragon fight or Baron fight quite tricky. It's going to come down to the execution and whether or not Kai's just going to get instantly deleted out of the fight. He does have the stopwatch to hopefully try and buy himself some time.
They also do have the Yuumi Shirelias plus Chemtech Putrefier here, but the healing coming out from Udon Beaton on this Soraka here, especially with the Moonstone, I imagine it's a crazy amount here, as Vidorum is just going to face check and die.
He's got caught out, unstoppable, trying to escape. ISO dominating this match. Here comes the ultimate. King Kai is slain and taken down. There's no fight around the Elder Dragon. They get picked off trying to get in there. Ohio Northern clean aced once again. 25 kills to 5 at the 30-minute mark. Purdue Northwest going to be looking to close out this game.
And maybe game 1 was just a tease. That was Purdue at its sloppiest. But right now, we're seeing Purdue at its near best. 8 towers to 2, 25 kills to 5, 58,000 to 43. And it is a sub 30-minute win for Purdue Northwest after that grueling game 1 loss. Mac Dewey, I said it, man. We're going to go to 3 games. PNW promised it. They come in with the win.
Hey, we knew, man. We got locked in. We got comfy. We got some pillows coming out. We knew this game 3 was coming, man. And how many times do we have to tell people about ISO's Akali before they get the message? I don't know, man. Another pop-off performance, another 10-plus kill game for this man on his favorite champion. It's really fun to see him kind of pop off and show off the skill set that he really does have in the mid lane. Not much left to say about this match, Shivy. Unfortunately, not the 50-minute banger that we had to start the series, but this one's going the distance. Purdue Northwest, I believe this is their 3rd game 3 out of 4 games, which is kind of nuts. They are specializing in the long con, the long heist. So let's see if they can close it out here. They got shut down just yesterday. So let's see if they can pull it off today against Ohio Northern. We're going to hop into a quick break before game number 3. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back with some more MEC action. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Unified live stream as we're continuing on our coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference CLOL 2023 regular season. And our first set of this lovely Sunday has delivered on the hype, Shivy. We're going to game number 3 between Purdue Northwest and Ohio Northern. And in that second game, Purdue Northwest answer back with an exclamation point of domination. Take game 2 easily over Ohio Northern on the back of ISO Zakali.
Yeah, and like we said, right, we might have just seen Purdue Northwest's worst form in game 1, right? They're leveling up. They may have King Kai on ONU, but the hyperbolic time chamber training that PNW is going through with these best of 3 series, right? Like you said, it's their third best of 3, right? Going to game 3 out of the 4 games that they've played. So they're just trying to get as much practice as they can, right? It's all about practice, baby. Not playoffs. Now playoffs, just practice here as they are going the distance with every single team. And I love it, right? When you can when you have these inter-scrim or inter-tournament metas and you have these like inter-series metas where like now the Akali is going to be banned, but what ban do you take away on the ONU side? Do you not ban the Kassadin? Do you not ban the Varus that they've been banning, right? What do you do for Purdue Northwest? Do you just keep the same bans? Do you take the Caitlyn away from King Kai? Bit of a head scratcher draft, I would say, from ONU, right? Kind of going away from what won them game 1 to a very different draft in game 2 with the scaling bot lane in King Kai. I think the key to success here is that they just play off of their bot lane, give them something lane dominant.
Yep. And kind of thinking back to that previous draft, I mean, they had the Sivir Yumi to hopefully get King Kai into a supreme position of late game hyper carry potential. And in that sort of matchup, I really liked how Purdue recognized where their strengths were and kind of shifted away their focus from the bot lane and into the mid lane, right? We saw Stink play around ISO really, really well, and Udon as well, Shibby. You coined him the best roaming support in the MEC, and so far his ability to impact the rest of the map has been really strong. And overall, it was just such a clean match from Purdue. They really didn't give a window of Ohio to come back in. There was no, they shut the gates, they closed everything down, they locked the doors, they crossed their T's, they got the Infernal Soul, and really just a night and day difference between game 1 Purdue and then game 2 Purdue.
Yeah, the objective control was phenomenal from Purdue Northwest here, and I think it's right? Udon Beaton, right? His roams are some of the most impactful, right? You obviously have teams like GVU, like Ottawa, who also have some pretty solid supports, right? In Pluto and everybody, and they definitely do their job. But when you look at Udon's contribution as a support to his team and what he's doing to get his team ahead, I think it's regardless of the champion he's playing, whether he's on the Soraka, whether he's on something like the Karma or the Blitz or a Leona or a Nautilus, this guy is just everywhere on the map, right? On the Ashe as well. The man was top lane at like 9 minutes into the game. Like it's so crazy how much value he gets, and that he can also kind of keep that lane pressure, right? Sometimes he overdoes it a little too much and they lose that bot lane tower. But the fact that Toponer can kind of, work with such little resources devoted into him is a testament to PNW's strength, and that the fact that ISO and Tiger Star here are some of the hard carries for this team.
Yeah, Tiger Star has sort of been an unsung hero, I think, on the side of Purdue. Had a really solid first game on his signature Cassante, then was able to pop off and play the Fiora into the Cassante pick, and he's just completely held down the fort in the weak side top lane matchup where there's really been no ganks for either top laner, and it's just been mano y mano. We're talking about this boxing match between both teams going on in the first match. There's like a mini boxing match in the top lane between these two guys. They're just going, it's just all an island up there, and Tiger Star really has consistently been coming out on top, as well as neutralizing Vidarum's impact on the game really well. I think we saw it on the Cassante Kennen side of the matchup, and then able to just absolutely flame Horizon, I think, the top lane gap there in game number 2, as he got ahead in items and started just dominating the solo lanes.
Well, Mac, on the next episode of the Midwest Esports Conference, we're getting into game number 3 of the draft. PNW, Purdue Northwest versus Ohio Northern University. The Wukong once again being taken away from PNW. No Sun Wukongs here. Cassidy again banned from ONU. And this is the thing, right? We have to see, does the Akali get banned out from ONU? Does Purdue Northwest once again ban the Caitlyn away from Kai? There are so many other lane dominant AD carries that you can pick, and I want ONU to give Kai and Cuz a fighting chance. Don't put them on something scaling.
Take the Sivir Yumi out off the menu, put it in the garbage can. Let's see what adjustments Ohio Northern make here in the final match. It all comes down to this for both of these teams to finish off week number 2. Reminder of the stakes: Ohio Northern currently sitting with a record of 1-2. To go to 2-2 with a win over Purdue would be absolutely massive. A loss here for Purdue would find themselves at 2-2 as well, sitting kind of at the middle of the pack, not really where they thought they were going to be after a 2-0 start in week number 1 with a big win over Briarcliff. They were feeling good headed into the second week. Let's see, they took a loss against Illini just yesterday in a game number 3. So this is, I think, kind of big for their mental, Shibby. Can they find these close wins in these extended series where we know this is how it's going to be? This feels like playoff league where it's 1-1 and now we get into the series metagame. I think it's good practice for both of these teams, but also not everyone's going to be coming to the playoffs. So really it's only going to be valuable practice for one of these teams as Ohio Northern takes away the tree man. Maokai not going to be a first pick option. Purdue got to come up with something different.
Yeah, No Use Tank is not going to be able to lock in that Maokai here. A bit of an adaptation. The Akali still roaming through here. Don't know what Purdue Northwest is going to lock in here for their first pick. They're keeping us guessing right now. The Cassante for Tiger Star. We talked about it. Oh, never mind. They're going to take the Zeri for Toponer here. And we were talking about the Cassante and how it kind of looked like a completely different champion in the hands of Tiger Star versus Wiederum, right? And it feels like Tiger Star has the answer to the Cassante, whereas like Wiederum picked the Kennen. I would say it was a good early answer, but like I said, his Sizing Maelstroms were a lot to be desired other than that last one that kind of won them the team fight. So we're going to see what they take here. And ONU, they don't ban the Akali. They just take it away. ISO
wow.
sees the gauntlet being thrown down. So what is he going to answer with? Are they going to run the matchup back, but opposite? Do you think that ISO will take the Silas into it?
That's tough. The Irelia is also available, but kind of a tricky matchup into the Akali. You gotta think that ISO is not gonna shy away from this sort of matchup between Kato, and I'm curious what Purdue is gonna kind of select here to maybe help swing the mid lane matchup one way or another. The support locked in, the top laner locked in. Tiger Star gets his Cassante again.
Tiger Star gets the Cassante, and now we get to Zeri Lulu, a super prominent bot lane that we've been seeing early in the patch of 13.1. Not 13.1b, kind of goes, you know, we saw the quick changes. They're trying to impact some change. Looks like that Gragas is going to be locked in for Wiederum here. That is something that this guy plays. It is one of his most played champions in solo queue after the GP. He has played it, I believe, in the MEC once already.
Yep.
So
correct.
he's gonna take that into the Cassante, and it's really what we've been seeing. At least for the majority of a lot of these laners, they're just willing to take these AP magic damage laners into Cassante here to kind of bully him out.
Yeah.
Gonna see if this guy's Gragas is up to snuff. The Flash E body slam combos, the disruption against the Zeri. I love some Gragas. He's one of my favorite champions as well. Not as loved as the Udyr, but I love seeing the big man rumble into the top lane here as the bans are coming out for the second phase. Cassiopeia being taken away. The Ashe as well. No support, no AD carry locked in for ONU, so I suspect that PNW is just gonna take the supports away from Cuz.
Yeah, ISO meanwhile losing some mage options to go into the Akali, potentially to kind of survive through the early game, get that range advantage sort of priority. Ezreal, a big King Kai signature pick. No shock that it's banned away, trying to limit his pool. Very interesting game 3 draft, Shibby, as it's a support red 5 lock-in. Nami is still kind of available and not going to be taken away. The Lucian picked up first here, and now Toponer needs his, he's got Zeri locked in for the ADC, so now it's time for No Use Stink and ISO to kind of lock in their champions here for the mid lane and for the jungle. And when do you go into the Sejuani? Maybe, of course, Shippy wants Udyr, but we're gonna get Vi instead, my guy. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, they are going to go with the Vi. That lockdown onto a champion like Akali is really nice. You know, the Vi R, the follow-up with the Q, is a lot of lockdown ready for them here. They can also jump onto the Lucian here, which is really nice. But the last pick for ISO, is he going to go mono a mono, or is he going to take the Victor into the Akali, the Orianna? Is he going to go the Sylas? I had a feeling. I had a feeling he was going to take the Sylas matchup. He says, you know what, Kato, I'm going to show you how this matchup really goes for you, because this is how it's supposed to happen. Gonna take the Sylas into the Akali, a reverse of game 2, as finally that support gets locked in, and it is, like you predicted, Mac, the Nami Lucian versus the Zeri and Lulu, a classic bot lane matchup. We've seen it about 20,000 times so far in the professional scene. We know how this lane goes. The real important mid lane matchup is upon us. ISO Sylas versus Kato's Akali. That's going to be a really nice one to watch, as No Use Stink and Aggression. I predict that a lot of these ganks are going to go into the mid lane.
A suitable finale, I think, for this series, Shibby, as we get a reversal from game number 2. We talked about Ohio Northern in game 2. We really kind of noticed them stray away from their bot lane centered identity. This team lives and breathes through their supreme ruler King Kai in the bot lane. They've given them a lot of early game priority. This is patch 13.1b. We're playing like it's the preseason at this point, honestly, but I think it will be interesting. You pointed out, Chibi, a lot of the jungle focus might be on the mid lane. I wonder if we'll see sort of a similar script from game 2, where it was a little bit of focus from Ohio into the bot lane, but Udon wasn't there. Udon was roaming up into the mid lane, trying to impact it that way. So I wonder whose game plan's going to dominate this matchup. Is it going to be Purdue Northwest finding success in the mid lane, or is Kai going to come up on top in game number 3?
I mean, Kaz has to match the roams, right? If Udon Beaton is roaming with ISO, or 2 ISO's lane with No Use Stink, the 3v2 is just going to win out every single time. Unfortunately, Akali Sejuani isn't going to win that out. So are they just going to let Lucian Nami kind of dominate Toponer in the Zeri alone by himself? Is Udon Beaton going to play more with Poner? I don't know. I think Udon really likes his roams. I think he really likes to impact the map. I still predict, Mac, that there will be 0 ganks going to the top lane. I think in game 1 and 2 there were no ganks. I think, actually, I lied. I think Tiger Star got ganked like once or twice on the Cassante, but it was like no flash was burned, nothing happened, so it was pretty boring into that top lane matchup. Wiederum's Gragas is going to be a very interesting treat to see into the Cassante. I've loved the adaptations. I loved the way that these guys have been playing into the Cassante. And Mac, we are into game number 3 of Purdue Northwest versus Ohio Northern. This is for all the marbles this week. Purdue Northwest trying to come out 1-1 here. Ohio as well, trying to lift themselves into the standings, trying to break into that upper crust. Mac, 5-point defense is coming out for everybody as the bot lane is looking to maybe get a ward down.
Ohio, a pretty tough schedule this weekend, should be going up against GVU and now Purdue, and ending the week 1-1. I feel like would be exactly where they'd kind of want to be, middle of the pack, not in a bad spot whatsoever. Again, sitting at 1-2 on the record. 2-2 sounds a lot better than 1-3. Is they're hoping to clean things up from game number 2 and go back to. I mean, game number 1 was a bloodfest, and so going back to that game plan, I wonder if Kato is going to be able to really skirmish as well as we've seen ISO do it.
Yeah, really, really nice here. Ohio Northern, Purdue, both just kind of tempering their aggression a little bit, right? We saw some invades from Ohio Northern in game 1 and 2 to try to get that ward down onto the blue buff. It looks like both teams not willing to extend in the river, not willing to try to throw the match immediately, maybe potentially get first blooded. Both junglers starting on the top side here. We'll see if Sejuani ends up going for a full red clear into the famous top or mid lane gank, or if they're going to go for the full clear here. We've been seeing that, right? It's 3 buff into gank to try to get that timing off on somebody. But I think now that these guys have played 2 games against each other, they have to expect that there's going to be an early gank coming into the mid lane.
It only works a few times, you know. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Kato and ISO going to be a big focal point of this Game 3 match. The junglers starting off both on the top side of the map could either, I mean, we saw aggression path into the mid lane last game immediately after Raptors, so that's certainly in the cards as ISO and Kato playing kind of in the middle of the lane. I wonder if ISO's going to potentially be caught here, as his wave's going to be kind of pushing towards the red side. Ignite's burned. Kato forces the flash out of ISO.
Yeah, Kato takes the Ignite TP. Unfortunately, ISO has the flash available, uses it to his advantage, gets out, is going to use that Doron shield to heal up, and now both of these guys losing out some key summoner spells here, though aggression and no use stink. Both just opted into full clear. So no shenanigans from these junglers so far.
So Stink was spotted out by Ohio on a ward by the Raptor camp. So I think that kind of told Kato, said, hey, I need to back off. I'm just going to burn TP and try to get back to lane with the summoner spell advantage. Now aggression looking into the mid lane, hoping to flash onto ISO. Here's a glimpse of the fight as ISO was able to escape.
Yeah, aggression, no summoners burn, just looking to maybe catch ISO on the lane shove here, right? Because Kato TP'd in, ISO is trying to shove that lane in as super fast, as close as possible so that he can TP back in and hopefully not lose out on any minions. So good from them. Nice coverage from No Use Stink. I like the fact that aggression tried to kind of recognize that and try to use that to his advantage. Be like, hey, maybe I can catch him out. But both of these guys playing super safe. Gold lead is even at the 4-minute mark. Nothing unordinary here so far.
Yeah, both of these junglers taking their time through the initial clear. We saw Stink kind of back up ISO in the mid lane there. Bubble going to miss from Cuz, and really interesting here. I wonder, are we going to see any dives or roams from Ohio Northern into the bot lane? We saw a really solid executed 4-man tower dive in game number 1 from them. Are we going to see some semblance of that roaming potential? As Kato's doing a pretty solid job in the early stages, getting ahead of ISO early on.
Yeah, and Kai took the cleanse here. I'm not sure if you can cleanse polymorph. I think you can, right? But it doesn't feel like there's too many cleansable things on the side of Purdue Northwest, right? I don't think you can cleanse Vi Ultimate. Maybe you can cleanse the Silas E. I think he's more afraid of Silas taking the Glacial Prison and then using it onto himself. Using it onto Kai. So, like, I mean, that's like 5D cleanse chest right there. I don't hate it, especially if you're playing somebody like Lucian. You always want to be grooving around these fights. And you mentioned the dives going down into the bot lane. Usually that happens once, like, a huge bot lane skirmish happens, once a lot of those summoner spells are being used here, as the Cloud Drake is being pinged by No Use Stink. 1 minute and 4 seconds on that Cloud Dragon. It is spawned, though, so they are looking to make some plays around the Cloud Dragon eventually. We could potentially see another Infernal Soul here, right? Cloud Dragon, first up on the menu, could be something else. I would love to see another Infernal Soul fight. It really pushes the envelope for a lot of these teams, right? It pushes the priority to these river fights.
Yeah, exactly. In no surprise, Udon roaming up into the mid lane this time. Cuz is ready in response after the reset. Both ADCs, Mano y Mano in the bot lane, as the supports show face in the mid lane. ISO low on mana, minion wave gonna get shoved in. Ultimates online for some of these solo laners to start off the game. No teleports really available for them, so just mostly going to be staying in their own lanes as Udon's going back into the bot lane, but Cuz is still around. Udon trying to circle back. I'm watching the mini-map trying to see what's going on here because there's so many members around the bottom camp of Raptors. I think everyone's just going to back away. ISO stealing away the Glacial Prison. Cuz still around here. And Udon's gone back to lane. He's like, this is too much roaming, even for me. But Ohio Northern going to be able to pressure Stink off of some camps. Kai just shoving the minion wave in, not worried about a lot of threat. Here comes the potential bot lane focus from Ohio Northern. This is what we wanted to see them kind of come back to, is Toponer and Udon underneath the turret, safe for now. Kai trying to shove in the minion wave. ISO no teleport, no mana. He's not roaming down. It's 4-on-3. Stink no ultimate as well. Cuz getting real low. Flash from aggression. Here comes Kato trying to deal the damage, trying to execute. Stink getting real low. A lot of damage coming in. Kato gets the first kill of the match. Flash from Udon. He's fighting back. Kai with level 6. The culling comes out. Udon gets destroyed. Toponer gets low. ISO, not a lot of mana on this Sylas, but he does have enough to put up a fight, a huge level to get some mana back. The Glacial Prison dodged. Cuz saw it coming. He's got his blue suede shoes on today, Shibby. ISO getting low underneath the turret as Ohio back off.
A crucial miss from ISO on the Glacial Admin. You have to believe that if he hits that Nami is dead to rights, right? Like the fact that Cuz just sidestepped that completely, really nice play from him, really nice dive executed from Ohio Northern. They pick up 2 kills, one on Kai, one on Kato, and the only other return kill is going on to Udon Bidon on the Lulu. So an overall advantage for Ohio Northern, 1K gold lead in their pocket, and all that gold is on the right members.
Yeah, big CS leads as well. That's going to lead to experience advantages slightly. Yep. ISO down in the numbers, but actually a little bit up in CS because he was able to shove that wave while Kato was roaming. But specifically, Toponer and Udon going to be a little far behind here as Kai's already level 6. We saw him whip out the culling already. So Ohio Northern, they have a slight gold lead, but I think there's some secret leads going on here that's not necessarily going to pop up on the scoreboard, Shibby.
Yeah, the experience lead, ISO, like you said, he was solo pushing those lanes, so he got all that XP for himself, as Cuz is just 1v1ing Toponer in another fight into the mid lane.
Shuriken flip lands, the execution comes out. A 1-for-1 trade as the mid laner duel results in a draw.
Both the guns came out, they hit noon, and both of them shot each other at the same time here. ISO, and Kato just dueling it out in the mid lane. You love to see it as aggression is once again bullying this bot lane.
The bubble off of the stun Udon gets destroyed, and Kai once again trying to shove in this lane. Stink coming down. ISO also coming down. I don't think that's going to be enough, though, to save Toponer. The stun comes through. Aggression getting locked in. There goes the culling. ISO, too slow. Teleport not quite up just yet. It just now comes off of cooldown, but the play has already happened. Ohio Northern up big in the bot lane.
ISO is here for the roam, though. Kai has the cleanse available, so even if ISO hits the stun, actually opting in with the ENW, that's a lot of damage coming out from Kai. That's a Noon Quiver Pickaxe Lucian. The burst is there. I don't know if ISO and Udon can take this fight. Akali, all the meanwhile, pushing that mid lane. A 70-50 CS lead, 20 in favor of Kato here. All the meanwhile, top lane on an island, Tiger Star is able to mount himself a 20 CS lead in favor of himself.
And I think critically, Toponer very down on the Zeri. This is what we were hoping for. Get Kai on a strong early game champion and see, let him work, let him fight. Now the tidal wave coming in. Kai dodges it, dodges the chain as well. He's got happy feet. Stink trying to come in, does have the assault and battery ready to go. Kato, he's got the ultimate, he's got the ignite, lands the shuriken flip, thinking about going underneath the turret shibby, but is just going to play it safe. Meanwhile, Purdue focusing on the dragon now. Mythic plus Sheen for Kai. Are you kidding me?
Mythic plus the Sheen Kraken Slayer in hand. This guy is well ahead of the curve. And all the meanwhile, at the 11-minute mark, it's a 2,500 gold lead for ONU here. Taking the Akali away from ISO, giving Kai the lane dominant AD carry that he needs. Showing some love into that bot lane with these dives. ONU executing well to really keep Purdue down in the dumps here. But if it's anything like game one, this is what happened in game one, right? Ohio Northern ganking bot lane, diving Purdue Northwest, but slowly but surely with some plays from ISO and Toponer, they were able to come back into the game. So, you know, nothing's off the table just yet, Mac.
Yeah, and I think a notably quiet game from No You Stink 0-1-0 right now. Hasn't really been able to find his sort of moves in the game. Was able to pick up Rift Herald and is now heading towards the bot lane, but the shove is advantageous for Ohio Northern to maybe look for another play on the bottom side of this map. They're clearing the vision. They know that they've been spotted. ISO coming down with the Glacial Prison himself. Potential 4-on-4 fight around the bottom turret. Here we go. Ohio Northern have the numbers advantage first. Tidal Wave coming in. Kai trying to find it. Tiger Star is joining the fight. Teleporting in. Doesn't get interrupted. It's 5-on-4 as Kato takes down Toponer. Here comes the top lane carry. Trying to lock down Kai. Can he find the kill on the ADC? Does shut down the King. Purdue saw this play coming and they're able to answer back. The bubble is dodged. ISO gets another kill there. Purdue able to answer the bot lane dive.
I love the fact that Tiger Star burns his TP onto the tower. They take advantage of Ohio Northern trying to get another dive off. Greedy guys here. Tiger Star gives his life, but allows ISO to pick up some kills. As we see the gold graph, it is still 2,000 gold for Ohio Northern, but Purdue gaining some of that gold back, getting it onto the people that they wanted, with ISO picking up a kill here. I believe the Cassante as well with the Jack Show, as Tiger Star is going to go back into this top lane. Didn't really lose a lot. Gragas did pick up, I believe, 2 turret plates. As wait a minute, ISO still looking for the kill onto Cuz.
Kai is here to help out. No You Stink, not a lot of mana in the pool. Kai gonna try and dash forward. The sweeper lens gonna limit the vision, gonna limit the chase. They couldn't see them in the bush. ISO dashing back in. Toponer is here as well. A Colin gonna miss. Kai is dancing around Purdue in the bot lane, but he can't hang on forever. No You Stink barely survives. In the 2v3, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Kato shoving in the mid lane.
ISO just not expecting that damage, right, from Kai. He's like, he pressed tab. He's like, oh, wait, this guy's got Kraken Slayer, Caulfield Hammer, and Sheen. As Tiger Star ults Wiederum, I believe, away. Wiederum ulted Tiger Star away from the turret with the explosive cask here. Yeah, Toponer and Udon beat on. ISO was just trying to get the support. He just kept waiting, trying to baited a little too hard, gave his own life away, as Toponer did pick up that return kill onto Kai. So it was a 1-for-1 overall, but Lucian is just so far ahead. I feel like these mid-game team fights are going to be disastrous once that next dragon is coming up. I believe it is the Hextech Dragon up on the menu, a minute and a half in. So right now, looks like the game is going to slightly slow down as both teams are just kind of get this laning phase done with. Look to move some of their team around as the mid lane for Ohio Northern is populated by 3 members strong.
Rift Herald has spawned. Ohio Northern putting a priority on the objective to try and limit what Purdue is able to do to kind of get back into this game. Purdue, they were down, but they've been able to make some solid, I think, reactionary plays. We saw Tiger Star drop down into the top lane to help out. Cuz and Aggression might get picked out here. Another pick, flashing over the wall. Aggression knows he can dash over the wall as well. That's a flash out of the Ohio support.
Yeah, that was a interesting little bush setup there, right? As wait a minute,
I dodging the Everfrost, but gets knocked up by the tidal wave, and King Kai goes knocking down in the mid lane. Cuz follows as well. Ohio Northern lives and breathes by their star ADC, and he just got the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah, the gold is evened up. I was about to say, Ohio Northern's only up 1,000 gold. That's nothing. That can be, oh, wait a minute, though. Kato and aggression.
Glacial Prison does connect. It's a whole lot of damage. Kato looking to dash in now.
Widerum's here.
Looking for the perfect execution into the backline. Immortal Shield Bow gonna keep the alive for the time being, but it's a lot of damage from the barreling Gragas running through Purdue. Ohio Northern able to fight back. A clutch TP for Widerum to come in and help out the team.
The Big Belly Battalion is here for Ohio Northern. Gragas and Sejuani on the back of that fight, picking it up for Ohio Northern. Tiger Star takes the turret, but they lose the dragon. Just as quickly as the gold was evened up, Ohio Northern takes another 1.5k gold lead at the 16.5-minute mark. Uh-oh, Kai, though, hunting, searching for Tiger Star. Can he turn it around?
Tiger Star gonna try to ultimate out of here, but Kai's able to chase him down. Now, kind of a free opportunity for them to try and push in the top lane. Remember, Aggression picked up the Rift Herald earlier. Ohio Northern up 2k gold after all the back and forth action. This is very similar from game number 1, where we've got 20 kills total, Shibby, across the board at 17 minutes. Just absurd action as we're diving into the C-Lol chaos. Kato gonna dash over, a big shield from the Lulu, looking for the second proc of the ultimate. The Wild Growth is going to keep Deponer alive. Kato missing out there. Don't think he actually had his ultimate there ready, so unable to pick up the kill.
Yeah, the Vi ultimate coming out. We said how clutch it is against something like the Akali. Even if you go into the Shroud, if you're targeted, you're going to get immediately knocked up. You're going to get followed into your Shrouded Mist here, and they were able to pick up the kill, like you said, onto Kato. I like the Vi adaptation. No Use Dink had a pretty quiet early game, but so far, past the laning phase mark, he's been crucial on every single one of these picks onto members like Kai, like Kato, like Cuz here, and has been giving Purdue the way back into these games along with ISO. Zeri was down three kills, right? She was 0-3 at one point, has picked up a couple for herself, has the shield bow in hand, most likely going to be opting in for that PD, it looks like, as the Rift Herald gets dropped into the mid lane. Tier 1 is going down, but can they get a Tier 2 charge here?
Oh, no, it's Tier 1 charge, and this is a beefy Shelly headed into the second charge here. Let's see, Aggression looking for the pick, has caught out ISO. Widerum trying to lock him down as well, but not a lot of damage between the Graves and the Sejuani, and not a lot of healing reduction. ISO going to be able to keep on healing with the Kingslayer. Tidal Wave knocks up 2. Culling going into the backline. Widerum trying to find a kill. Tiger Star coming in with the flank. Kato is here as well, trying to zone away the Purdue top laner. A lot of damage coming through. Aggression can't get through the shield damage. Purdue staying alive, Shivy, and hanging in there. Everybody on the sliverest health able to escape, but Ohio Northern grouped up as 5. They win the fight and they open the gate. Inhibitor turret in the mid lane falls.
They win the fight without killing anybody. A true pacifist team, Ohio Northern. Don't take any lives, but they take 3 turrets off of that one Rift Herald push. They're able to take all 3 turrets. That's a huge influx of gold going in the favor of Ohio Northern, jumping that 1.5k gold lead to about 2.5, nearly 2.2k gold here. And the Mountain Soul is the soul of choice here. 1 dragon apiece. This game could potentially go the distance, like you said. It seems like Ohio Northern's coach was like, you know what? Just play like you did in Game 1. Don't play like you did in Game 2. Make it a slugfest. Make it chaos incarnate. Purdue Northwest falling ever so slightly behind. 2,000 gold here. And if they don't get some team fight wins, if they don't get some objectives here, they could surely lose this match.
And this really does kind of, I think, beg the question of how well can Purdue execute this composition, because they're down but certainly not out of this game. Looking at the scoreboard, the only real item leads I kind of see King Kai on 2 completed items, Tiger Star though also on 2 completed items, and everybody else is kind of on that 1 mythic point with the additional kind of essentially like the builder items in play. They got the spare change going once again. Baron has spawned Dragon in 50 seconds. If you're Purdue, I wonder if you even look for a fight around this Dragon. You certainly don't need to, but it's kind of an option, Shibby. I think we'll really get to see how well Purdue can macro and shot call in this match.
And as we get a quick look at the player gold here, you kind of see where all the eggs are, right? 8,600 gold for Kai here, highest gold in the game. But interestingly enough, Aggression has a nice little gold lead for himself at the 8,000 mark. As, wait a minute, No You Stink is getting caught out. He's dead.
He gets obliterated by the culling as ISO is next on the chopping block. An explosive cask to knock him back and out of position, trying to flash away, gets hit by the tidal wave from downtown, cuz knocks him up. Rock on, dude, ride the wave as Ohio Northern continue riding their momentum from the bot lane, ballooning their gold lead up to 4,000, and everything's going well.
One half of the Splash Brothers are here, Matt, doing cuz with the downtown tidal wave picks up the CC and the assist onto ISO. ISO 2 kills for Ohio Northern prior to this dragon fight. That is a free mountain dragon for them. That is some free gold for them. And now it is nearly a 4,000 gold lead, if not 6. For Ohio Northern. It's just ballooning into something that Purdue doesn't seem like they can handle.
Dare I say the sun's getting real low, but this game's really just started off here. I think we might have another extended game on our hands if Ohio Northern can't cleanly close out this one with their lead. We've seen Purdue really with their playmakers shine in some of these mid-game fights. I'm getting flashbacks, Shibby, to ISO popping off on the Azir in game number 1 to keep Purdue alive. Now we got to think, can he recreate some of that mid-game magic here against an Ohio Northern team that's playing really well? Vitarum on this Grog is making some big plays across the map, really. A playmaking specialty that I'm kind of excited to see Vitarum really excel in this match. Might help him close it out.
ISO is going to need to channel the miracle in the Summoner land here as he is playing it on the back of this Silas. ISO picks up the Shadow Flame, isn't opting in for the Roa build that we saw last game from Kato, going for the Everfrost Shadow Flame, going for that really hard-hitting Silas, that lockdown potential. And if any player is going to get you back into this game, anybody in the MEC, it is somebody like ISO. This guy's not afraid to go for these playmaking abilities, steal a Glacial Augment, steal an Akali Ultimate, maybe a Gragas Barrel to turn the fight here as Purdue Northwest. I feel like they should just keep looking for plays, maybe get Zeri to that 3-item point before then, but if you just slowly bleed out, Ohio Northern's just going to take your objectives. The mid lane inhibitor is open. They're going to need to get some Baron control pretty soon as Ohio Northern look like they're setting up for that objective.
ISO using the Glacial Prison to try and catch out Kato, misses the Everfrost, unable to root him down, and there goes the hijacked ultimate. ISO now caught between an Ohio and a hard place as all 5 members are coming up into the top lane. The Purdue mid laner falls, Tiger Star looking for King Kai. There is No You Stink onto the ADC as well. Kai firing away with the culling. No You Stink taken down. King Kai stands as Purdue falls. An ace coming through for Ohio Northern. Just get Udon barely able to survive. It is a 4-for-0 on the side of Ohio. They lose nobody as King Kai dances around Purdue and somehow survives.
That is the win condition that we wanted to see, going away from their Game 2 draft, putting King Kai and Cuz on a dominant bot lane here has paid them absolute dividends. Ohio Northern take the team fight win, they take the Baron, and they're gonna cash in all the checks back to the bank to pick up their final items here, potentially for the game-ending push.
None of these checks are getting bounced. Ohio Northern, a massive 8,000 gold lead as the Baron power play begins. 7-3-5 Lucian performance, 3 items. He's got the quick blades. Good luck catching Kai now.
Yeah, the Navori in hand, 3-item power spike ready to go, like you said. And Toponer is just sitting on the shield bow PD. He is nowhere near the power level he needs to be to try to fight off Ohio Northern. They're just so far behind in gold. Earlier it was like, what? Maybe 2 minutes ago, it was 1.5k, then it got to 2k, then it got to 4k. Now it is 8,000 gold in a matter of minutes for Ohio Northern. How quickly the tables have turned. ONU gonna look to secure this win over Purdue Northwest and put themselves at tied for 4th place in the standings.
It's certainly looking that way. Ohio Northern now rotating into the bot lane to finish off some of these turrets. Aggression looking for a pick. No Use Stink just has to get on out of here. He's actually going to get knocked up. Everybody else focusing on the turret, not worried about the fight. Kai and company pushing into the base. They've got the open mid lane inhibitor. Vitarum trying to shove the wave in to get that push started. As the siege of Purdue begins, they're going to try to hold the base as best they can.
Yeah, they do have a not the best wave clear, but they do have the Zeri who can kind of like fire through the minions here. It's just the fact that, you know, Ohio Northern is a bit short range. They have to play a little bit safer. They have to let the cannon minions, the double cannon minions, barrage into that turret there. Yeah. They can't really walk up as No Use Stink is going in.
They want Kai. They want to try and go for the ADC carry. The culling comes out. Tiger Star has got not Kai in the backline. He takes aggression through the wall. That's not who he wanted, as Kai's going to be going unstoppable in the base. Finally, ISO takes him down, but it is a 3 for just 1. Baron buff still active. Tiger Star behind everybody else as the base gets creamed.
Yeah, bottom lane inhibitor taken out. Mid lane inhibitor is the next on their menu. And now they're going to back off once again. They're going to look to push in that top lane inhib. Dragon is also up for them. Mountain Dragon, not really a priority. It looks like Kato and Weederum might look to go to it, or they're just going to take it after their recalls, as Purdue Northwest is very much stuck in their base. 10 kills to 21. Ohio Northern 21 to 10. They are just taking it right now. They are taking a cake. They gave Purdue Northwest. They're like, all right, you flexed on us game 2. You beat us 25 to 5. Well, here you go. We're going to give that right back to you in game 3.
Exactly. And Dragon has spawned. Ohio one more Dragon after this one. They'll potentially get the Mountain Soul completed, but I don't think they'll be needing that in this game. They are going to go ahead and pick up the 3rd Dragon for themselves. And really, Shibby, it comes down to one more reset. They've got super minions pushing in the mid lane, in the bot lane. Maybe they don't even need to go top. They might just try and push into the base with these super minions in the mid lane coming in.
Yeah, I think the smart play, or the intelligent macro play would be here for them just to take that top lane inhib, right? Push everything in, get double super going. Don't give Purdue Northwest the chance to farm any lanes. Don't give them any room. Trap them in their base. Apologies here, as the Baron timer should be coming up pretty soon. I believe it is about 2 minutes until the Baron comes up, so they do have some time to wait. But honestly, they're so far ahead in gold, they can just look to push for the end.
Yeah, exactly. Kato is on the top side of the map with Vitarum. They're trying to shove in this lane here. Not a lot of options for Purdue to kind of look for. This is a tanky Ohio Northern squad with double Mountain Drake, makes them even harder to kill. Kai has got stopwatch completed. He's going to be able to potentially go into stasis mode to avoid any dive threat. Like, as soon as the Vi ultimate comes out, he might just use stopwatch and avoid the whole thing.
Yeah, he's so safe on this Lucian, right? Has the 3.5 items, I'm going to say, built in, like you said. It's going to be really hard to get get him under control, especially with the cleanse here. We laughed at the cleanse, but I think it's been super useful so far. He's been dancing around. No stolen glacial prisons, no random polymorphs, nothing like that are stopping this guy. He's only died 4 times. For 30 minutes, which is what you want to see out of your AD carry, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has some of the highest damage output this game so far. King Kai living up to his name. ONU looking to swing against the big dogs here, taking a W from Purdue Northwest. They're pushing that top lane inhibitor turret here. Super minions pouring into the mid and bot. It's only a matter of time.
Tiger Star does get 3 items online for his Cassante. Potentially a lot of damage to deal with some of these threats from Ohio Northern, but right now it's almost a 10k gold lead. Veterum going to use the Zanya's Hourglass to avoid the dive explosive cask to get on out of there. Top lane minion wave is shoving in. Baron Nashor spawns for the 2nd time shortly. It looks like that's where Ohio Northern are going to turn their attention to, as Purdue Northwest look for a fight before the objective. Shibby, they're not able to lock anyone down.
They're not really able to get anything. The Shirellia gets used from Lulu, but the team of Ohio Northern is just way too fast. They match Shirellias for Shirellias, and Nami as well have some built-in move speed with her abilities. The Baron is up. It's being quickly shredded by ONU, and now they're going to back. And finally, I think they're going to try to push in this top lane inhibitor turret with the Baron up power minions. Super minions are pushing into the mid and bot lane. They should be respawning soon, though. So we're going to see how Ohio Northern looks to kind of juggle all the inhibitor pressure, juggle the lane pressure here. If they play it smart, they could just triple inhib and potentially just end the game.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think we were going to see the Mountain Soul completed, but at this rate, it's spawning up in 90 seconds. You gotta think for Ohio Northern, why not go for that, you know? So I think it will be kind of interesting to see if they're able to just close this game out without the Dragon Soul. There might be one more fight here. Kato in the top lane with teleport available. They're trying to get all the minion waves pushed in. Purdue holding on to the last final straw of this game. Toponer does get 3 items completed on his Zeri, so the Infinity Edge online, a big damage dealer to potentially deal with kind of defending the base. The culling goes a little wide. ISO gets his health bar melted by what looked like a flamethrower coming out of Kai. Mid inhibitor does respawn alongside the bot inhibitor, but the purple Power Rangers are coming into the base. Purdue, very little room to work with. They got to think they got their pick. Kai doesn't use the stopwatch just yet. There he goes, trying to buy time. Teleport coming in. That's going to be Kato in the middle of this team. Kai has to try and flash away. Shut down onto Kai. The ADC falls, but here's Kato into the backline, just destroying whatever remnants of hope Purdue has. Toponer survives. ISO survives. At the end of this fight, Aggression and Cuz are the only ones remaining. Glacial Prison goes wide. Aggression trying to fight back.
Wait a minute.
There's a kill. Aggression versus Toponer. Who comes out on top? The tank has no mana left as Ohio Northern have to back off.
Ohio Northern botched that fight completely. Purdue Northwest, no you stink, pulls the trigger onto Kai, gets the ultimate down, and unfortunately, because Kato had to TP in, he was on the top side inhibitor there, I would have think he would have just walked in and flanked. Probably would have been a better idea here. TP's in, they lose the fight. ISO lives long enough along with Toponer, and they turn the base defense on their head. Down 10,000 gold, by the way.
They somehow come out on top. ISO spawning in 10 seconds does have the teleport available. Purdue Northwest are going to contest this objective as Aggression initially has to kind of consider himself, okay, who's coming into the fight? ISO trying to run in. Only the mid lane inhibitor was destroyed as the Mountain Drake is started up by Ohio Northern. Tiger Star,
they can't take this.
Thinking about it, yeah, you don't have a shot. The Mountain Soul is secured. Some additional safety net acquired by Ohio as they're going to be looking to shove in the base with their super minions. Let's see if they're able to finish off the game here, Shibby.
Mountain Soul. Oh!
coming in. Here comes the fight. Tidal Wave gonna knock everybody up. Kai safe in the back line. He's dashing in. They've got the kill.
Nice explosive pass.
Kai is untouchable, just firing away. Tiger Star knocks him through over the wall. Kai trying to survive. He's able to pick up the kill. Tiger Star's attempt is futile as Ohio Northern secure the soul, and they're looking like they're gonna secure the game as well. Shibby Udon falls next to Poner, left the last one standing. Another kill going over. Kai gets the ace. 12, 5, and 8 performance on the Lucian as the Nexus turrets fall. Ohio Northern arguably with another upset here. Purdue Northwest 0-2 in week number 2 as they fall to 2-2. Ohio Northern, though, find themselves in the middle of the pack. The MEC, Shibby, at the start of week number 2, day 2, looking like it's almost anybody's conference. The middle of the pack littered with teams.
I know, ONU, and can you call it an upset if King Kai is on the Ohio Northern University's esports team here? He comes out with a massive game 3 along with Cuz, right? You look, they got King Kai, but Cuz is an equal part of that bot lane. 50% of the credit goes to him. Really nice roams from the Nami, matching Udon. That's what we said he had to do, right? Because in game 1 and game 2, Udon was roaming a lot. And finally, Cuz understands, like, hey, I got to match him. I got to match the pressure here. We have the advantage into the bot lane. If Udon leaves to Poner, right, the Zeri Lucian matchup, Lucian's going to be able to burst him out every single time. Really nice from ONU to take the 2-1 victory over Purdue Northwest after a back and forth slobber knocker of a series.
Oh my goodness, what an ending. This is just our first set of the day, Shibby. Legends action coming your way as we get a little snippet of the rest of the schedule there. We've got another series coming up in just a little bit, but we can't forget about the post-game interview, Shibby. We're going to be talking with one of the players from the victorious Ohio Northern in just a sec. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get the post-game interview all set up and ready to go. Don't click out of that browser. We got more MEC content coming y'all's way. Hello and welcome back to the Unified live stream. We've got our first post-game interview of the day with a member of the victorious Ohio Northern squad, Aggression. Thank you so much, my man, for joining us for the post-game interview.
Oh, of course, no problem.
First off, man, compliments to the hair, bro. The afro is looking mighty fine there. I'm loving it.
Thank you.
Gotta hide the gamer headset here.
I
believe it.
know. I don't want to embarrass myself. Like I took it off, you can see like a big dent in the middle. But let's not talk about that.
Let's talk about what just transpired in these 3 games. A massive back and forth for game 1. You kind of took a beating in game 2. What is the mindset coming into that, right? After that game 2, kind of like you lose 25-5. You had a super close game 1. I mean, the confidence was there. Your mid laner locking in the Akali, you locking in that Sejuani once again, and just trying to just be an aggressive jungler, living up to your name. Like, what is the team mentality going through this?
So I think starting out in game 2, we were going in a game ahead, so there wasn't much pressure. Like obviously we weren't trying to lose how we did, because honestly it was like kind of a stomp, right? But we were going in, we wanted to try a few things. It ended up not working out. But overall, I don't think we were too beaten up about it. It's like we knew what we needed to change. So we went back to the drawing board, kind of picked the Akali up, picked the Sedge, acted a little bit more aggressive in the jungle, and then ended up winning 3rd game. So.
And a big victory for you guys, ending week 2 dead even, 2 wins, 2 losses, with a big win against Purdue Northwest. I kind of want to ask you about the sort of team vibes there at the ONU facility there. What's it like being able to kind of play with your team on a week-by-week basis?
Oh man, I love it. I mean, if there's anything, it's just learning with my team. I mean, I think it's the best feeling, right? So it's like we're all pretty open. We know each other's skill level and everything, and so it's just being able to grow as a team. It just feels good. It's like no one's too pressured. Like we understand that we're not coming all in as the same level. Everything has individual learns, and we can put that in together as a team. But overall, we're just happy to grow with each other. So I think it's good.
I love that you mentioned you guys are trying to practice some different stuff. Definitely, you putting Kai on a late game kind of scaling pick. We kind of talked about teams kind of finding their identities here. ONU, we have the aforementioned King Kai, Supreme Kai, his nickname. You've got the Splash Brothers as well. We've got some cool nicknames going on, but do you think that your team kind of has found their identity in the fact that, like, you put Kai on a carry, you put yourself on something like a proactive early game jungler, and you kind of just let Kato work in the mid lane? Is that kind of how you like to structure your team, or do you value being a more diverse roster in terms of play style?
So I think overall, that's kind of what best suits us, is when we have Kai on kind of more like carry. I mean, if there's anybody who's gonna carry, it's definitely him. I mean, there's someone to put our faith into, it's him for sure. But like, I think as a team, we're adjusting more so that we're able to diversify a little bit and understand better just within the team itself. It's like we understand that, like, if Kai dies, it's like what's next, right? It's like we can't just like only put all of our eggs in the basket. So it's like we're finding that little balance between having like Kato come down and then also be a huge damage impact on the team. So we're finding that balance right now, but for sure, definitely having this more of like Kai 80 carry, just carrying the game.
Yeah. And Aggression, I'm kind of curious. We saw a lot of, I think, well-timed mid lane roams down into the bot lane to get some priority down there. I'm curious what the sort of brother relationship is like between Kato and Kai. Is he just yelling at him, come down into bot, man, leave mid, get down and help me? What's that like for you guys?
It's definitely nothing like that sort. Like, we've been going through it. I mean, as you've seen in our games, it's like we're trying to coordinate better between picking up the wave mid and getting down. It's definitely kind of more relaxed, just like, we need to go here, can we do it? No, okay, reevaluate, when can we do it? So
yeah, that makes sense, Aggression. And before we let you go, I do want to give you your opportunity to throw out any shout outs for for anyone watching or for any of the squad.
Gotcha. Okay. My first shout out. My mom's probably watching, so hi mom. We won game. Won this game. To all my friends and supporters who are also watching, thank you. Please continue to watch us. We're only gonna grow from here.
Yeah, love to see it. And thanks so much again from me and Shibby Aggression. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us after the victory, man. We appreciate
Of course. Of course. Thank you for having me.
And that is going to do it for the first set of the day. Shibby, we've got more League of Legends action coming up. It is the in-state rivalry, the Fighting Illini going up against Illinois College next. We're going to hop into a quick break before that. Don't click out of that browser. More MEC coming your way. Hello and welcome back to the stream, everybody. We've got more Midwest Esports Conference CLOL action coming your way, and should be for our second set of the day. It's Illini Esports taking on Illinois College in the MEC battle for the state of Illinois. We're excited to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, the Civil War is here. Illini versus Illinois. I'm going to hate you guys for making me and Max say that. We're going to mix it up. I'm giving you a disclaimer right now. If I mix up the names, if I mess it up, I'm sorry. I did get the voice recording from Illini so that I would be able to pronounce their name correctly here. But yeah, the Civil War is here. Two teams that, you know, would like to see a bit of improvement in their standings, right? They're both at the bottom 7th and 6th spot. If Illini can come out with the win, they'll end the week 2-2 after starting 0-2, going through that gauntlet, picking up a win on Purdue. Illinois, though, they're 0-3. They're hopefully, if anything, even if they end 8th for whatever reason, they're looking to at least get the Civil War victory, right? I mean, that would be just bragging rights regardless.
A bit of a morale booster, I would say, Shibby, to kind of keep the team's hope alive here in the MEC. We get a breakdown of the rosters between the two schools. Illini on the left and Illinois College on the right. Lubhart in the bot lane for the Fighting Illini. Had a pop-off performance yesterday against Purdue Northwest. The challenger ADC showed up to play, Shibby.
Yeah, once they started putting resources into this guy, similar to kind of Kai's play style in the sense with last series, right? Lubhart, super hard, super strong carry bot laner here. Paired up with I Am Newbie, they are a force to be reckoned with, right? It's a night and day difference. People forget, Illini played with a sub in game one of their coaches, right? That's why they looked like they got stomped. That's why excuse me, that's why, you know, Akali was able to drop that 20 bomb. ISO was able to do that. Once they got their real bot lane in, Lubhart and Newbie kind of just took the game over with the Tristana, with the Zaya, and looking to recreate some of that success. I think that's a solid play style. Noob Sleep Early has a pretty deep champion pool as well, but not to be outdone. The Dicey has played Heimerdinger mid lane, has played Swain as well, has popped the Vex and Vigar in. So this guy's got deep pockets too. I think the mid lane matchup is going to be slept on here because all the attention is going to go into Sage Wabe versus Lubhart. But the mid lane mind games between these two guys is going to be fantastic here. Going to be a treat to watch the Civil War going on. And Mac, I mean, like I said, these guys, they're flexible, they're good, for better or worse at points, right? You can be real deep, but sometimes if you don't win on everything, you gotta just compartment your play style and just find something that works. Get those wins early on.
Yeah, and kind of important to note here, Illinois College looking for their first win of the season, kind of trying to get back on track here in week number 2. In Illini, they've survived the gauntlet, Shibby. They've come out 1-2 and are now maybe hoping to coast through the rest of their schedule. We'll have to see how they can compete with the likes of Illinois College. Could it be a situation where, you know, Illini just play to compete with whoever they're playing up against and they kind of rise and fall with that level? Or are they going to be able to show some, you know, real shot calling consistency and handle a matchup like this against Illinois College with ease? I think those are some of the questions I'm considering in this matchup.
Yeah, Illini quickly taking the Heimerdinger off the board. They don't want that flexibility. Lone Force and Dicey can swap it amongst themselves here, not giving Illinois the ability to flex that around. Tristana being taken off the board.
Fair enough.
They did the research. They saw yesterday's game. They're like, yeah, Lubhart's never getting that champion again. Not happening. Sorry, you're not getting 15 plates of gold. You're not going to be allowed to carry this game.
Yeah.
Illini, though, both of these guys banning some pretty interesting champions here. Player-focused bans, like you mentioned. These aren't bans necessarily taken off the OP champion. Subsidized pretty much, I think, has only played Cassante in every single game. Yeah. This guy has just been allowed to have Cassante for better or worse. Like I said, he had to go through that gauntlet, Prankaroo, or Prank pulling the Gwen out on him, right? PNW, or sorry, not PNW, BCU pulling the Camille against him. Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. Subsidize has played 5 games of Cassante and 1 game of Scion, which was kind of crazy so far, at least in the MEC. So it's really interesting to see if they'll even ban it out, if they respect it, as the Jacks being banned away from Illinois.
Yeah, and as we kind of work our way through the first ban phase, I'm curious. I mean, you mentioned this earlier, Shibby. In the back of my mind is Noob Sleep Early's Champion Ocean. I mean, Illinois College, you can't really throw anything at him ban-wise because, you know, there's no hope for locking him down. So I'm curious what power picks we're going to see hit the ban list. Caitlyn not going to be given over. Lubhart facing 2 bans to start off this match. I think it's well placed for Illinois College to try and limit them.
Maokai, Sejuani still up, Karma still available. Swain might be a hotly contested pick for both of these guys, right? Noob Sleep Early, big Swain player. Crucially though, the Katarina was not banned out. Noob Sleep Early's, oh yeah, give it to me, baby. I love it.
Yeah, let's go.
The Udyr being locked in, a preemptive counter pick to something like the Maokai, the Vi, the Sejuani, all the popular picks. Right now, I actually think Udyr is probably one of the best junglers in the game. He's just super slept on, and it's always a curse because when we see Udyr, Mac, you said it, he has to face these move speed compositions, these guys that just slow him down completely, but the Nami being taken over, you have to believe that they're going to pair that up with the Lucian. Sage, Wabe, and Lone Force going to be taking that dominance from Series 1 that was shown into this game.
And like clockwork, Subsidize is looking like he's going to be able to get his hands on the Cassante pick. A quick, oh god, the sneeze. I really thought it was coming, Shibby. I timed that horribly. I think my dab might have scared it away, so we're just gonna move on from that. Anyway, Ill and I have the picks here now. After locking in their jungler, they gotta think about, okay, the Lucian Nami duo is potentially there for Sage Wabe in the next round of picks. We've seen this Fiora Cassante matchup before. Silak, really strong game yesterday, I think pretty consistently against Tiger Star. Those two really went toe-to-toe with each other. So I think it's pretty good to get the Fiora here into the Cassante. We saw Tiger Star in our last series, Shibby, able to just flame Horizon the difference into nothing between those two, where he was able to start dueling and start split pushing like like a dream top laner would, while the rest of the team was fighting around objectives. He was focused on turrets and just growing that solo lane lead. So I think it'll be interesting to see if Asilak is able to do the same.
Yeah, Asilak gonna take that Fiora, piloting it into the Cassante like you mentioned, and the Nautilus being picked up. Another kind of preemptive pick. Yeah, Illinois, you kind of have to do it, right? You lock the Nami in, just take the Lucian, but now you've got this point-and-click CC. The Lucian that was running rampant in all these other games finally has the lockdown. We saw that try to be countered with the Vi earlier today. It kind of worked, kind of didn't, just depended, right? If you fall too far behind, it's less committal with the Nautilus ultimate, as you just kind of plop it on the ground. You don't got to go all the way deep into the team. So you can kind of throw it. If it misses, if it hits, it hits. If it kind of doesn't get its job done and he gets to his team, you could just wait another 60 seconds to plop it down here. But Illinois College just throwing 80 carry bans at Lubhart. This guy is earning the respect that he deserves. Draven, Samira, Caitlyn, and Tristana, 480 carries banned out. Lubhart, how deep are your pockets, man?
With the meta at this point, Shibby, I feel like a big theme for us here throughout our cast has been how open the bot lane pool is right now and how impactful the itemization changes really were. His Xayah is still open. Ezreal is a potential option. Thinking about going toe-to-toe early on against the Lucian Nami is something kind of scary. I wonder, the Nautilus pick into the double range, I think feels a little bad. So I'm curious what is going to supplement this Nautilus. Are they going to be? I think the Xayah might be the move here. You want to maybe Featherstorm
I like Xayah.
out of the Maokai ultimate. Varus is a good option as well, I think, to kind of survive the early game and not feel too bad going into the mid game. Really solid team fighting potential there.
Jinx Nautilus.
Jinx is also another. Again, there's so many options here in the Xayah. My crystal ball telling me something. That's going to be the pick. Lubhart had a monster game on the champion just yesterday.
Yeah, he has a lot of good patience with the Xayah, right? You mentioned the Featherstorm, but also his patience on the recall of the Feathers, right?
Yep.
He's always waiting, looking for the perfect time to Ryu and the Swain being locked in for noob sleep early. So that mid lane counter pick is available for the Dicey. What is he going to go? He plays quite a bit of Swain himself, so he might know the tech, he might know the dark technologies. Silas is still on the board. That's a pretty solid pick into the Swain, right? You can steal the ultimate, become a menace. You have also some pretty good ultimates to steal in the Nautilus and Xayah. They're going to opt in for the Syndra, playing the long-range game. Gonna play dodgeball against University of Illini Esports here. I really like Illini's composition. Call me biased because there's an Udyr on there, but Lubhart on the Xayah, Noob Sleep on the Swain. It feels like they kind of got what they wanted, whereas Illinois, yeah, they got the Cassante, they got the Maokai, they got the Lucianami, but a lot of this is predicated on the fact that these guys got to win pretty early, because if they're not stomping or if they're even in gold around the 14-minute mark, I feel like Illini just continues to take over with the scaling option.
I think that's really good for us to kind of consider here in the booth. Where are these teams going to be strongest throughout the game? Illinois College coming into this matchup, I think, is the underdog Shivy. Again, they're looking for their first win on the season, and picking something aggressive for the bot lane, I think, is a good way to try and set the team up for success and get the snowball kind of rolling early. Something also in the back of my mind, I like the Tidal Wave plus Nature's Grasp ultimate combo. You can hit these guys from a mile away and they won't even see it coming until it's too late. So Illini have to play, I think, pretty carefully throughout the early game until they can get some of those mid-game power spike setups. The Punisher in particular should be someone I'm going to be watching early on. Is he going to be able to kind of run around 255 on the Maokai, controlling objectives and making sure the team gets to the mid-game in an okay spot?
I mean, you know, they've got the Avatar, near Avatar team composition for Illinois, right? They've got the Waterbender in the bot lane, the Earthbender in the jungle, and I'll give Syndra the airbending skills with the balls, right? So they're close. They just needed a Firebender, and they would have assembled all pieces here, but on a more serious note, yeah, I think Illini's composition is just better crafted for kind of every single stage of the game. Fiora's not going to shouldn't have too much trouble against the Cassante. That Udyr is going to be power clearing against the Maokai. You're going to have some lane priority in that top lane. You can maybe get some jungle pressure in. You can look to invade. Illinois should get an early push with the Lucian Nami onto Xayah Nautilus, but after those first backs come in, the Noon Quiver, Lubhart as well, really skilled bot lane for Illini, they can look to kind of turn the tides against Illinois here. This mid lane matchup, though, I want to see how Noob Sleep early navigates it. He is at a range disadvantage, but he is a little bit beefier.
Yeah, he's got his comfort Swain picked, locked in. The Dicey on another mage here, really comfort zone for him as well with the red 5 pick. Locked in Syndra to go into the mid lane. Can Illinois College get their first series dub on the board? We'll have to wait and find out. Summoners, welcome onto the Rift for game number 1 of our second set here in day number 2 of week 2 here in the MEC CLOL 2023 regular season competition. Illinois College grouping up for a potential early invade to maybe catch Illini. Sleep, and the Punisher heads up into the top lane. Very excited to get into this one, Shibby.
I like this, right? So they're sending 255 here as like a 5-point defense. Fake, right? And being like, okay, if Illini come in with the 5-man or 3-man strong trying to get some vision into the jungle. The rest of Illinois is ready to pounce, but Illini not taking the bait at all. They themselves playing super safe. No wards are coming down. Illinois thinks that potentially the bot lane may have snuck a ward in there, but so far no one has been spotted out. Nobody knows where anybody is. So both junglers are going to start pretty hidden. Unless some mana and mana is used in the top side or the bot side, they can kind of determine how, okay, the jungler started here, the jungler started there, if they delay their backs or delay their entrances into the lane. But so far, we're going to have a pretty standard set start from both of these guys.
And that'll, I think, make it interesting for 255 on the Maokai. With Flash, I'm looking for him to try and get these plays as, once again, a Silak on the Fiora going in, spots out, subsidized. Did he get spotted out? He's what's going on here? Silak, he's doing the Fiora strat that we've seen before. The Smite secure, 255 gets the buff. A Silak now level 1. He has Ghost, no Flash, Shibby, as he's just going to try to go toe-to-toe with 255. He's got maybe one more lunge in him. The slow health bar, no, flashes away from the lunge. A Silak is now left with nowhere to run. First blood goes over subsidized, and the early invade from a Silak ends up coming up short.
He did it yesterday, did the same thing, had a lot of success, right? Illinois are prepared for it, though. The Dicey gives up a wave or so, gives up some CS to help him out, but 255, he might just die to the Krugs here, buddy. You don't heal from the jungle anymore. Oh, no, disaster!
All hashtag worth in all chat, maybe, for Silak, as he's going to start off the lane pretty behind. But this is a dream scenario for Punisher's Udyr, isn't that right, Shibby?
Oh, he's licking his lips, licking his chops like, oh, you just died on Krugs? Oh, let me come into your blue buff, let me get into your wolves here, let me bully you out of here. Had a rough jungle start, it's about to be a lot tougher here. But Udyr opting in for the full clear onto the Krugs. He could very easily stop Maokai right now. Lubhart and Newbie have the push onto the bottom lane so far. He can maybe look to aggress here. Sage Wabe, though, looking to trade.
Roots connect. This is exactly what Lubhart wanted, and Sage Wabe is going to go down in the 2v2. Lone Force forced to flash away, barely escapes with his life, and this is where the Punisher coming in. Shibby, you talked about it. He's level 4, 255, only level 2. I'm Newbie says, hey, what are you doing here, buddy? This is not your jungle. Lubhart picks up a kill. Punisher puts on the Ghost. He's coming in. Slap for the stun. No flash available. Nowhere to run. Newbie picks up another kill on the Nautilus as Illini look to pick up where they left off. No sleeping in for Newbie this time around. He's ready to play.
A Silak, the selfless man's like, I'll give my life for you, Punisher. I'll give everything I have, everything, all my cooldowns, just so you can get the jungle lead, and he uses it to his advantage. Like Punisher bullies 255 out. That is why this matchup is so detrimental. Udyr into Maokai. Punisher is showing them the works right now. Is he just going to rotate the top camps, or is he going to try to take the Gromp, take the Wolves? Instead, he's going to take the back here with a nice camp lead. So after everything that has transpired, Illini Esports coming out with a 1.5k gold lead at the 4.5 minute mark off the back of a Silak. Let's be clear.
Let's be clear indeed. And I love Shibby. You're going through the pathing in your mind. You're like, oh man, Udyr can run up here. He can clear it so darn fast. He's got this. But even if he doesn't go into the jungle early on, we're still at just the 5 minute mark. We got lots of game time to see exactly just how punishing this Udyr is going to be throughout the mid game. I think in particular, starting off with a big lead, he's hoping he's just going to be able to grow it from here.
He has a blasting wand and a dark seal in hand. This guy's Phoenix stance, or sorry, the Frost stance is going to hit super hard, right? And he's just going to be looking to push this lead with the Fiora and this bot lane now that has a double kill, right? Lubhart rushing the Berserker's Greaves, trying to get as much autos as he can possible, sending those feathers out, so that he can get that root. We said he was so patient. That root that he landed in the bot lane led to Newbie getting a double kill.
And we see actually Punisher prioritizing the objectives, and this is what I was talking about in the draft, is the Udyr just going to be able to take over this game with objective control. Sage Wabe and Lone Force once again looking for another trade. Lubhart firing one feather after another, and even on what seems like Lucian Nami should have the early game priority, Lubhart and Newbie, this dynamic duo in the bot lane, just bringing the fight to them. It's rough trying to deal with that as the dragon is secured.
Dragon is secured. An early 6-minute dragon, mountain dragon as well. Infernal, the next one
Wow.
on the menu. Nice hook!
Sage Wabe gets locked down, not a lot of health, not a lot of mana. Ignite is dropped, cleansed away. Sage Wabe barely escapes with his life, Shibby.
Yeah, Lubhart having the summoner spell advantage here. Still has flash, still has cleanse. We've seen him multiple times where he doesn't want to flash in for the kill. He's playing very, very safe on the Xayah. I love his patience. Lubhart truly showing why he is such a highly rated AD carry for Illini Esports, and they're just getting started.
Another hook, Newbie just threading the needle in a beautiful route as well. It's a double kill coming through for Lubhart in the bot lane. How is Newbie finding these Dredgeline hooks, Shibby? I just can't believe my eyes.
Dredgeline hooks? Brother, those are heat-seeking missiles in the bot lane for Nautilus. You said he'd have some trouble in the ranged matchup. He's like, all right, well, I just won't play ranged then, as he hooks Illinois bot lane in. Xayah, Lubhart, 3-0-1, Noon Quiver, Zerker, Greaves in hand, and the Lucian Nami bot lane, the dominance that we saw earlier, the dominance that we've seen in the professional scene, just not panning out for Illinois here, as the rest of the map is looking pretty good.
Newbie with Hex Flash, creeping into the mid lane. Lone Force also showing some love into the mid lane. Here we get Punisher trying to invade, maybe look top for a gank, but a little off timing for Punisher. There's no camps up at the top side. 255's already cleared that, so he's gonna look for a gank top with Newbie. Lubhart, all alone in the top lane, in the bot lane, gank is spotted out. They're going to be forced to back away. Roots connect. Lubhart getting pushed underneath turret. There are 4 members of Illinois College coming into the bot lane. Lubhart does get level 6, so the Featherstorm will be available, but he only has cleanse, does not have flash. They're focusing this man down. There's nowhere to run. On the top side, they're getting Rift Herald, so this play isn't for nothing, but with the minion wave coming in, Lubhart's like, I'm so screwed here.
If he can get a 1-for-1 out of this, it'll be really interesting. All right.
Trying to focus down. There's a lot of root damage coming in, but yeah, nowhere to run there, Shivy.
A valiant effort, a 4-man bot going into the favor of Illinois College here. But at what cost, Mac? They lose the Herald. The player gold is fine. Lubhart and 255 are nearly even in gold. Punisher trailing behind, as 255 did get that kill gold, I believe, onto the Xayah, hence why it propelled him a little bit forward here. But Lubhart is just chilling, right? He's like, all right, dive me. My rest of the team's going to take everything else. Don't know why you're sending 4 people here. Probably could have used 3 and would have been fine. EXP, though, noob sleep early, getting a nice lead into that mid lane, getting those waves pushed in. And now he's roaming bot onto Lone Force and Sage Wabe. Sums are up, though. Let's see if he can get some flashes out.
Ghosting in, ascending to his real form, looking for the flash root, lands it on the Lone Force. He paid attention in geometry, finds the angle, and picks up the kill.
Woo-hoo-hoo! I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know about geometry. Math was my worst subject. Mac, I wouldn't know, but this guy pulled out all the angles, the flash claw. That was absolutely dirty.
You don't see a lot of flashy Swain plays like that, but Noob Sleep early making the pick look fantastic. Rift Herald was not used on the top side of the map, so the Punisher still has that to use somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice. We're to see what he ends up, where he ends up throwing that Rift Herald. Could want to throw it into the bot lane, but there is a world where Lubhart and Newbie want to just keep bot lane in, right? Noxian Theron going in. Never move plus flash equals dead fish. Agreed. Nami was filleted over in that bot lane. But yeah, there is an argument to be made of maybe not throwing the Herald into the bot lane so that you can keep them in there so that Loveheart and Newbie can kind of try to farm the gold and deny EXP. So we're going to see if Punisher throws it into the mid lane. I would like to see it thrown in the mid lane. Getting Swain ahead early, getting him that item advantage onto the Syndra would help him out a lot.
I just want to point out on the minimap, Punisher in 255, Punisher was just farming his jungle with 255 there. He was like, there's not a lot I could do into the deer. Punisher's going to find the tree. He's going to try and punch his way through it, taking the blast cone over to safety. The dragon, the second one of the game, Shibby, is spawned.
Hell hath no fury like an Udyr that knows that you are down in levels, man. This guy is walking in your jungle, the Infernal Drake being taken. Not much can be done. Illini Esports have the bot lane push. They have the mid lane push as well. And unfortunately, 255 just can't get the saplings going around the objective. They got to get there a little bit early so they can set the vision down. They can set the saplings and make it really rough for Illini to walk in as an Ocean Soul is on the menu. Noob sleep early. Ghost is being popped. Punisher's going in, baby.
He's found his target. The Ram Slam comes on in. The Punisher picks up a kill. Response in the bot lane. Sage Wabe chunked out. The Cullen comes out. Newbie gonna try and tank it up. Flashing away. Loveheart looking to try and escape, but the tree slam comes down into the bot lane. A double kill for Illinois College.
Double kill for Illinois. One goes on to the Maokai and one goes on to the Lucian here. Getting some return gold. A gank for a gank is all you can ask for. The pressure is being matched, and after everything that has transpired so far, 12 and a half minutes in, it's really only about a 1,000 gold lead for Illini, but that's about to quickly change.
Mid lane turret slowly but surely going to fall. The Udyr Swain push with the Shelly. Gonna be able to finish that one up.
Are they gonna get it first?
It's a race for the first turret. It goes over. Illini win the race, get that extra gold.
Yeah, so it's about a 1.5, nearly 2,000 gold lead here. Not the end of the world for Illinois here. Sage Wabe and Nami falling far behind here, though, is kind of rough. A lot of your carry threat is going to be, unfortunately, onto that Cassante and Maokai, which is not what you want to see. You want to make sure Lucian or Nami are at a point where they can start impacting these mid-game team fights, but the Mythic should be completed for Loveheart pretty soon. Kraken Slayer Sheen in hand. Actually, never mind. He sold it. He said, never mind, I don't want the Sheen. Kraken Slayer double longsword for the Lucian here.
Subsidized taking a Silac all over the top lane there with the Cassante ultimate. As not going to be able to pick up any kill there. Silac still does have the Grand Challenge available, and 255 is going to head up into the top side of his jungle and not really find a lot there as the Punisher gap is starting to grow. He was able to get some camps up there while 255 was on the bot side. Lone Force, here's the Tidal Wave Nature Grasp combo maybe from the Tribe Rush. They're sitting on a control ward. They're waiting for the right moment. Here it comes. Subsidized looking to help out. Grand Challenge stun connects.
He's going to get
one?
Look
for all the vitals. Pinpointing it. The root missing. A Silac has to try and run now. Sage Wabe coming up as well. The move speed from Ghost, not enough. 255 goes on a killing spree. They're able to take down the Illini top laner.
I don't know if that's ideal for Illinois, though. 3 kills onto the Maokai. Oh my god! Goodbye! See you later, Nami, as you get a hook, line, and sinked into the depths of the Summoner's Rift here. Back to the fountain. But I wanted to mention before that, really a good pick-off from Illini here. Illinois, having those 3 kills onto the Maokai isn't ideal, mostly because he most likely would be building the Radiant Virtue after Demonic. You want to get some of those kills onto your mid lane, onto your bot lane here. As I say that, Dicey and Noob Sleep early, going at it once again. Sleep should have this, though.
Sleep with the item advantage is going to slow down Dicey with the Rylai's Cryptal Scepter, and it is an easy 1v1 kill as Illini turn their top lane attention towards the Rift Herald after taking down the turret.
Illini here doing a really good job. 3,000 gold ahead of Illinois right now, taking the Herald. The Dragon is up in a minute. You got to believe that either they'll reset to get some vision down, or they might just trot their way down to the Dragon. They're trying to get some vision. Illinois trying to fight back. Maokai needs to be here right now to set up vision. He should not be on his Gromp.
Oh, Shibby, this is where the game gets interesting. Illinois College kind of falling behind here. They're down about 4,000 gold. And really, I kind of start to think, wow, how are they going to try and get back in this game? I'm not entirely sure. They do have a lot of, I think, solid team fighting potential between the Maokai and the Nami, setting up the carries for success. They've got all 5 members on the bottom side of the map for this next dragon.
Yeah, and like you said, all 5 members there, but the max amount of saplings that this Maokai can place right now is 3. If he got there at the minute-and-a-half mark, he could have placed down 8 saplings in all the different bushes and would able to set up this dragon. Mac, I know I sound like a madman right now, but the calculations are here. You got to play Maokai to set up for these objectives. That's what he's really good at. He makes it so tough to walk through everything. They have the vision control with the red wards, so they won't even able to dodge out right now. They're making it real easy as, never mind, Illini here just popping the Rift Herald in the mid, forcing Illinois to make a decision.
Illinois College looking for the flank with the roots coming in. The solid team fight is here as Illinois look to try and come back in this game with the fight. Noob Sleep early, so tanky, slowing everybody down with the Crystal Scepter. He is in the midst of the team and you can't escape Illini. Illinois College look for the engage and only find an immovable object, and Noob Sleep early ends the fight, Shibby, at full HP as the inhibitor turret is getting knocked down.
They don't get the dragon, they don't get the team fight, they get nothing at all for their troubles. Illinois College losing out on everything. No dragon, nothing. Illini playing that team fight perfectly. I thought they were getting collapsed on with, like you said, the grasping roots, or sorry, the twisted roots plus the Nami wave, but instead they turned that fight around. Noob Sleep early is so strong. Like Punisher's like, yum, licking his chops right now. Subsidize is coming in.
He doesn't care if it's a double teleport on the same ward. He's gonna take the fight anyway. Illinois College try and teleport back in for another fight, but Illini is ready to take him down. The Punisher just slapping everybody who comes near him. There comes a Silak as well, and it's pretty much a double ace back to back as Illini are dominating.
That's not Udyr, that's E Honda, baby, slapping everybody down with his hands. Another clean team fight kill. Nearly 10,000 gold in the lead. Illini Esports finally undisturbed. They're like, can we take the dragon now? You've interrupted us twice today.
Yeah, the objective should really be no problem. As take a quick look at the Dark Seals on the side of Illini. 7 on the Udyr, 10 stacks for Noob Sleep early. Starting to consider, hey man, do I need to start upgrading to the book? Double Radiant Virtue coming out as well. Noob Sleep early with the itemization. This is crazy on the Swain. I don't know. It's going to be tough to take him down.
It's a lot of high value here, right? Because Illini Esports composition here, they're not really traveling too far apart. They're tied together hip to hip. These guys are all walking in a conga line together, mowing through your team. So the value you get from the Radiant Virtues, the ability haste, the heal, everything like that, as a Silak, regardless of what's happening, he's like, you know, I died early, but I'm back once again in your nightmares, 255 and subsidize. As wait a minute, Lubheart might be caught out here.
Too much damage. Lubheart can't flash away and gets taken down. Illinois College looking for any pick they can muster on the Rift. Illini 1 dragon away from picking up Soul. The Punisher up 50 CS on 255. This is the Udyr takeover. We were hoping Shippy would finally get on stream as Newbie finds the dredge line, locking him down. Spell immune Punisher heads into the back line. It's an icy storm. The blizzard comes in as Sleep Early is continuing to slow everybody down. That dredge line dodge, but there you can't escape the Punisher as he's running into your base. He's opening the gates, Shippy, and Illini continue their onslaught.
they're just running through, tearing through Illinois College here. We said that they ran through the gauntlet, and now they have the bottom 5 teams ready to tear through. You said they were coasting, Mac Dewey. This doesn't look like an autopilot. This looks like full-on pedal to the metal, gas down 150 miles on the freeway. They are going Mach speed into these games.
At the 20-minute mark here, Illini have picked up 2 inhibitors, and it seems like this might just be the final dagger in this first match of the best of 3.
Yeah, this is a stomp coming out from Illini Esports. 20-7, 42,000 gold, 10,000 gold in the lead. They're cashing and everything, and you're seeing the books being upgraded right now. Medjai's for the Udyr. 3 Radiant Virtues on the side of Illini Esports. They're hacking into the week 1 strats, Mac. More Radiant Virtues equals more wins.
And you know what, Shibby? They may have taken away Feral Flame, but the new Udyr is still stacking up something. 10 stacks so far in the Medjai's book as Baron Nashor starts.
Yeah, this Baron, they're just 2 man in a row. They have no care in the world. They're like, you guys aren't going to contest this. 2 inhibs are down. We don't need the team. As finally they get Lovehard here to start shredding this Baron here. And we said the focus was going to be on Lovehard, right? Really good AD carry. Was really good in neutralizing this Lucian Nami along with Le Punisher, but honestly, Noob Sleep early, the top half of Illini's Esports has shown a lot of strength, and they showed flexibility that they're not just a Lubhart carried team. Punisher, Asilak, and Noob Sleep early have all performed exceptionally well. They got the champions they wanted, and we thought for a second that with Asilak dying, that might have been a misstep, but it was all calculated. It was all in the predictions for them.
Yeah, the dreams start for Illini as Noob Sleep early pops the ghost. The bottom half of the base is destroyed. Double super minions will begin pouring into the base as Baron up super minions are already in front of the Nexus turrets. Illinois College, they have 1 final stand left in this first game. Can they try and fight through the unstoppable forces at play here? Noob Sleep's early just flashing into the entire team, slowing everybody down once more. Full health bars as the second Nexus turret falls. A triple kill for Asilak as Illini start off the Illinois Civil War with a quick victory in the series.
23 and a half minutes, 24-7. Like you said, they come in with the haymaker, 1-0 for Illini Esports off the back of pretty much every single member. They all played exceptionally well, but I gotta give that to my boy Le Punisher on the Udyr. This man was everywhere on the map. He was in your jungle, he was in the top lane, he was in the bot lane, he was taking everything with no regrets. Illini Esports taking the game 1-0. Going into game 2, Mac, I mean, what do you think Illinois need to do? Do they have the right strategy? Should they be giving all these power picks away to Illini?
Man, I'm just talking behind the mic, man. There's no League of Legends processing up here. I don't know how you stop that. That seems crazy. They first picked the Udyr, let the alleged OP Maokai through and just said, hey, we'll be able to beat it. We'll be able to match you. We got the Fiora coming in. We've got this special strat for it. We're not worried. Illini, they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, man. I think it will be interesting how exactly Illinois try and combat that. I don't know. I will say, in terms of my League of Legends processing, 4 bans on the ADC, you still give him one of his comfort picks. Seems like the math isn't really adding up somewhere, Shibby.
Yeah, the Samira ban could be swapped out for the Zaya ban here. But I think, I don't think you target somebody like Lubhard. He's a strong player through and through. He's going to do good on anything, right? I think if you take away the Swain, right, you take away, maybe Le Punisher's Udyr, the champion that he loves to play in solo queue. Maybe you take some of the other laners out of the equation and just look to kind of lane with Lubhart honestly, instead of taking these 4 bans into him, you might have a better chance, and instead distributing across the top jungle and mid of Illini Esports. But Mac, we're gonna go into game 2. This was a stomp for no other way about it. Illinois College, they want to try to get the Civil War back in their favor, man.
The war continues on in just a bit. We're gonna hop into a quick break to get all ready to go for game number 2. Don't click out of that browser. The Illinois battle continues in just a bit. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Unified live stream as we're continuing on our coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference CLOL regular season. Shibby, it's the Illinois Civil War here as the Fighting Illini took a dominant Game 1 victory over Illinois College. We've been talking about how this squad has gone through some of the top dogs here in the MEC, and they've came out of their gauntlet 1-2, now looking to even up their record at the end of week 2.
Yeah, Illini coming out the gates hot, right? They're like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the training arc. They went through the ringer, like we said.
Yeah.
They got through all the sages of MEC, and now they're looking to unleash their energy onto the rest of the Midwest Esports Conference here. That was just a crazy game 1, and it shows the flexibility of Illini as well. Whereas in some of the earlier wins, they were off the back of Loveheart. This win was just everybody playing really well. Everybody was just like on point, on fire. It didn't seem like any lane was weak. And so if they can recreate that going into the future weeks and build that super diverse playstyle, once playoffs times hit, and if they're in that upper bracket, they could do a lot of damage.
And I think it speaks to the prep and thoughtfulness of this team with how well they're able to deal with some particularly strong champions in the current kind of state of the game. You've got Maokai, who's been very popular throughout the first 2 weeks of competition, and they don't ban it. They first picked the Udyr. They heard Shibby's fandom. They were like, we got you, boss. We're gonna bring it out for you and show you really how it's done on the Rift with this champion. And the Punisher, a huge game we talked about during the draft. It's gonna be all eyes on him to really come through and kind of propel this team through kind of the early stages of the game that were kind of iffy. It seemed like at the end of the draft, a lot of the lanes were going to be kind of skill heavy and not really kind of leaning one way or another. And then we see Le Punisher pop off, and then particularly the bot lane. Shout out to Newbie. Coming in on time, well-timed hooks consistently, just annihilated that bot lane, and honestly made Loveheart's job as an ADC super easy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the hooks, right? You were looking at like, what are these hooks? I was like, they're heat-seeking missiles. He hit almost every single one in that bot lane, and it's a testament to this bot lane skill, right? And Loveheart and Newbie here just looking to kind of recreate that success going forward. Illinois College, though, they banned 4 AD carries out last time around. Do they ban 5? Or do they go and try to target some of the other parts of Illini College, which seems to be a bit more successful draft strategy against them, right? Putting Asilak, putting Punisher and Noob Sleep early on some other champions that they don't really play a lot. Just give Loveheart kind of what he wants. Maybe take away one of his most played or take his most successful. If you want to throw a ban that way, the truth is fine.
Right.
But I think if you're going to go in banning 4 to 5 AD carries, like you said, and said keep the Xayah up, that's just kind of a head scratcher there.
And Shibby, I know this is sacrilege, but honestly, I think Illinois College should consider banning away the Udyr simply because I feel like setting up 2-5-5 for a tank v tank matchup in the jungle is kind of a lot easier considering the slower clear rate for some of the tank junglers. Udyr able to power farm his way through. I think maybe kind of closing the gap between the clear speed might help keep the game a little bit at a slower pace, and they can kind of manage the macro a little bit easier making those decisions.
They're tuned in. They heard you, Mac. They were like, no more Udyr.
Oh,
Punisher.
nice.
Punisher is not allowed as UIUC banned the Heimerdinger. They banned the Vagar away. Once again, targeting Dicey here. Really solid strategy. Noob Sleep early had a pretty solid laning phase. Now, will Illinois ban the Swain out? Do they do the strat, or do they just ban out another 380 carries with their next 3 bans here? I would like to see the Swain taken away. I think the Asilak Fiora can be handled, right? It's just unfortunate that once 255 went down super early and he's just kind of playing catch up, you lose that gank power, you lose that gank strength. So evening up, like you said, that jungle matchup, taking the Graves away, Illini here, evening it up as they take the Caitlyn away off the board here. I think that's a really good idea. And I think if you can keep 255 trying to gank while Le Punisher is trying to gank and you're just more successful on them, it's a skill issue, then Illinois College can look to just propel themselves to a win.
Yeah. With that Caitlyn ban coming through, the solo lanes have been untouched. Now kind of presenting Illini an interesting choice here to kind of figure out where they want to go. Karma locked in, can go several different positions. We have seen a top lane Karma in the MEC so far. I don't think any mid Karmas have popped up. Very likely going into support, but this is a super safe blue 1 pick and definitely something that can set up Lubhart for success. A lot of early push and poke power with that Karma. Lulu, a solid answer into it. I think these two have seen each other quite a lot in terms of the bot lane meta. Karma, Lulu, pretty standard to go into each other.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw the mid Karma, right? It was into
it totally was. Oh yeah.
Irelia. It was the Irelia into Karma pick. ISO was on the Irelia. It worked pretty well. Like we said, Karma super strong. Like we said, super flexible in all the lanes. Illinois College though, locking in Lulu Zeri, going for something a little bit more scale heavy, swapping off the Lucian Nami, but now that you've exposed your bot lane, you said, hey, this is where we're gonna go. Oh, Lubhart, man, he's putting his hands together, licking his lips, and he's gonna go the Lucian Nami. He said, you know what? I'm gonna show you how to play this lane.
At this point in the MEC, I wonder if it's just a meme of some of these teams stealing comps and being like, I'm gonna show you how to play it. I saw you play it just last game, I'm gonna try and do it better than you did. Answering back, this Zeri Lulu, Shippy, you said it, looking to scale. Lucian Nami, definitely not. And a very interesting, I think, dynamic for the bot lane, right? Lubhart and Newbie punished the squishiness of this Lucian Nami lane by just finding hook after hook after hook and pressuring them actually early on. I wonder if Illinois College is just going to get left in the dust trying to scale and just get shut down early.
It'll be really hard. I mean, they have 3 scaling picks right now. They don't really have a lot of early game pressure. The Anivia as well. Articuno locked into the mid lane here. Doesn't really go anywhere else. I mean, I would have said support if the Lulu wasn't in there already, but yeah, I feel like Illinois need to kind of round out their composition. If they go full scaling early and Illini is just able to kind of steamroll them on the dragons, we already know that Le Punisher likes to go for these early dragons, these 6-7 minute drakes, and they start stacking it super early and force Illinois into fights before they're ready. This could be a really quick 23-24 minute stomp game as Illini Esports taking the Maokai off the board. I don't know why you would want to lock in the Anivia here. You could have taken the Maokai on R3 and just been content with getting some more mid lane bans through. Swain Hecarim taken away. Le Punisher off of those farming junglers, both Udyr and Hecarim taken away. We might see like a Sejuani Wukong from both of these guys. Could see something.
Viego also up.
Viego is also up. That's kind of what we've been seeing in the MEC here. Not too much variance. Elise is up as well. Not too many Elise players, but that is a champion that has been gaining a lot of prominence if you want to run an AP threat. Definitely, though, I think this Karma can still be flexed bot mid, as Sion being taken in the top. That would be a pretty solid matchup for the Karma. Bully him out, get that free lane, allows her to kind of scale, you know, get those really cheap supportive items going so that they can start team fighting super early. But it might be a tough bar to chew through. With the Irelia being locked in, this definitely signals mid Karma, top Irelia.
I'm curious, Shibby, does Illinois College want to bait Illini into a tank jungler and maybe pick something like the Lilia? That's what's going through my crystal ball right now. I see maybe a Lilia answer. I think that would be really fun to kind of see. just as a thought, because you don't see jungle counter pick a lot.
No.
And, we're talking what could possibly be counter picked into the tanks. Kindred, another kind of tank delete option that didn't really cross our mind, but it is actually pretty solid and maybe complicates the team fights a little bit, makes it harder to manage because you got to work around that Lamb's respite, and not being able to kill someone and drop them down to 0 can really change the flow of a fight.
I mean, Illinois' team composition is an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. I'm serious, man. It's like all these health bars. You got the Lamb's Respite. You've got Scion stacking health with the Steelheart. You've got Anivia's egg form. You've also got a wild growth from the Lulu. Like, how do you actually kill anybody? Especially with Illini's team comp. They effectively have a dual damage threat, right? Irelia and Lucian are going to be the main damage dealers. You're not going to get too much damage out of the Karma. You're not going to get too much damage out of the Sejuani, assuming that both of these guys are going Radiant Virtue. Yeah, you kind of have like a beefy composition. You have a nice healing composition, but Illinois just kind of trump you out the water completely with that. And so we're going to see if the meat grinder composition of Illinois College can go against what seems like just really two really sharp knives of Illini College.
They're gonna need like the Cutco knives that can go through shoes or something to try and get through some of the beefiness. Like double resurrection potential, the Scion passive, you mentioned the Anivia egg. Illinois College looking to hopefully survive the early game this time around. And Shibi, based on the draft, it looks like they may be able to find some success if they're able to do so.
Yeah, and basically what you see from Illini's College, I mean, it is armor is high value for Illinois, right?
Yep.
I'm not worried about the Karma damage. I'm not worried about the Nami magic damage at all. It's Irelia who can build some of that HP shred with the Bork. We might see some HP shred tech here. Kraken Slayer really nice as well. Could see Essence River Navori from Lucian, but I think if you go that, you're really only looking to burst out maybe the Kindred or the Zeri. You're never really trying to hit the Scion, all right? But if he's in your face, charging in with the ultimate, has the decimating smash coming in, he's kind of hard to ignore. So will be interesting to see how Illini kind of gain their advantages. I think they have a really strong early to mid-game composition with the dragon control. If they start stacking these dragons like we said, 24 minutes in, they can get a Dragon Soul going, then we might see something here, Mac.
Now getting into game number 2, Summoners, welcome on to the Rift for our continuing coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference. Illini up 1-0 over Illinois College. Illinois College looking for their first win of the season in the battle for Illinois here in the MEC. It'll be interesting.
Both of these guys, okay, going down into the bot lane, looking to maybe get somebody caught off guard, getting no vision down right now. This is a sneaky little invade from Illini here. Will be spotted out by Lone Force. He's saying, guys, they're in the bushes. I need help right now.
Just trying to drop down some vision control, get some of that information going. Again, I think it's a cool part of this season, Shibby, the flexibility of pathing. And I think especially someone like Kindred, who can invade pretty easily, has a lot of early mobility, can make the jungle quite spicy in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, let's just hope that Rift, that Scuttle Crab mark doesn't spawn on the bot side here, because I feel like Loveheart and Nubia are just going to get the lane advantage with the Lucian, Nami, and Dicey hitting Noob Sleep early with that Q. That's a pretty deceptive Q right there with the skin. It's a kind of like a not as clear as day on the radius and how it's going to hit. Maybe can use that to his advantage here as Illinois just looking to trade here. Le Punisher has played related champions this series, as Udyr is Sejuani's father. Is that true? Is that lore accurate?
Is that canon? Oh goodness. It's going to be a tough task, I think, for... Oh, gosh,
Oh!
an early invade. Talking about the path
Nice
that
one,
Kindred
Mac!
can do. Punisher... Oh, he's going to be forced off burning his flash early. And I was so focused on this early bot lane that we kind of missed that.
Yeah, I mean, 255 says, you know what? You invaded me last time, Punisher. I want to give some revenge here as Loveheart going in with the first strike, Lucian, as well. He is just playing for total lane control here. Really nice trading so far. And we already see, based on the itemization, the starting items, Sage Wabe's like, yeah, I'm going to start Cole. I'm just going to farm, man. Like, we're never going to fight this lane. And Lone Force
Yeah.
like, that's fine. That's completely fine. Agreeable. As Loveheart and Nami are looking to push the advantage here. Let's hope this Rift, or the Scuttle Crab here, doesn't get the mark on the bot side here. Kindred won't have a lot of support if they decide to collapse on the side of Illini Esports. As Kindred is not even caring about the Scuttle Crab at all. Level 3 going in onto the bot side.
Here, Loveheart trying to escape the gank. Newbie does have flash
Newbie's gonna have to
available. A
flash.
lot of damage coming out of the Lucian.
Ooh,
255's
messed up the
got to be
mark.
careful. Press the attack was procced. Now Loveheart dashing in. 255 getting real low. First blood. The gank is turned around by Illini. No kills going over to Illinois College. 255 trying to make a play, and it backfires.
Yeah, unfortunate. They messed up the mark timing as Subsidize and Asilak are just beating each other down in the top lane. Uh-oh, Newbie though. What?
Took too much turret damage trying to look for the dive. Punisher quite low, just gonna try and take the mark, but 255 full HP is gonna be here in the bot lane to try and contest. Spots the Punisher out, and the Punisher might just have to back away. He does get the steal of the mark, says thank you, sir. I'll be on my way.
Yeah, really nice Punisher, just eking that one out. Unfortunate from Illini here. Newbie just looking a little too aggressive. Maybe thought he was playing the Nautilus. He's like, oh wait, my HP isn't that high. Never mind, I can't do that. 1 for 1, I guess, overall. An extended 1 for 1 overall. Illini and Illinois trading back and forth. Crucially, Lucian getting that first blood gold, coming back with the Noon Quiver to essentially a Cole Zeri. She's probably going to back after this, pick up maybe Boots, potentially will pick up the Noon Quiver here, maybe Vamp Scepter as 255 gank and Noob Sleep early.
Dicey with no mana. 255 gonna get chunked out here. This is a very squishy Kindred, as it seems like every gank that he tries to pull off is just getting turned around. 255 trying to dash in and out, but it is kind of behind here throughout the early game despite the initial invade. Now Asilak looking for the stun here as the Punisher comes in double melee. They're going to be able to lock up Subsidize quite nicely here. He's trying to ghost his way on out of here but can't escape. Now looking for revenge in death, but another stun coming up, going to get locked down. A clean kill helped out by the Punisher.
Yeah, interesting that he took the ghost on the Scion here. I kind of understood it for the Cassante. Maybe forgot to change his runes or summoner spell here. Flash is definitely a lot more valuable for the Scion because you're just going to keep getting chain ganked like that. Like, Punisher has no problem repeating those ganks as Irelia, one of the best pairings with Sejuani here to get those passive stacks off and to get the stun through. I expect some more love going into Silak here.
And that kill going over, we're kind of looking across the rift here as Illini has a lot of strong combos here. Now very ahead on the top side of the map. Silak gets his Irelia Vamp Scepter boost, Shivy. I'm calling it a power spike because it does a lot of work when Irelia is dashing around with the Blade Surge. I think it will be kind of interesting to see if Punisher is able to continue extending this lead. He's not on the power farming jungler, yet he's ahead on CS so far. He's having a really solid game too here.
Yeah, and like you said, the Vamp Scepter plus the dagger is what's really crucial here. The extra attack speed is going to start getting really wild for the Irelia as Dicey has to flash as Punisher just showed himself as his presence alone was enough to scare them.
He's trying to zone away as well. Pops the
Oh.
egg. No egg there. The Dicey didn't have his passive active. 255 able to answer back.
255?
It's the healing from the Triumph as we get more fighting on the top side of the map, looking for the stun. The ultimate in response, really clean
No
from
knock-up.
Subsidized. The Vanguard's edge, though, is enough to finish it off as a Silak gets a solo kill.
Oh, when Noob Sleep early tries to go in with the Mantra W, doesn't get that much heal. He's like, wait a minute, I apologize. That was a lie. I'm actually going to flash out here as 255, no mana as well as with Noob Sleep early. They get the kill. They turn Anivia into the scrambled egg. 4-2, 2.5. Oh my god, wait, the Punisher!
He's flashing in after getting sent back to
that
base,
wall?
but doesn't have enough.
Noob Sleep early?
Caught overextended. Now Newbie roaming up into the mid lane. Lubheart is here as well. Illini is absolutely
EW?
bloodthirsty. Flash dash over the wall. Takes down the jungler.
Yeah, catches 255 with his pants down, gets the kill onto the AD carry. 2-0. Don't know if the flash was necessarily needed. I thought he was going to WE over, but still, regardless, guarantees the kill. 255 had no time to react. Really nice cleanup from Illini's bot lane.
And look at a Silak, just no mercy. He's like, I'm going to fight you in this lane, and there's nothing you can do about it. You better call for some help because you're gonna need it, buddy. The Silak 2-0 in this lane. Glacial Prison connects onto Sage Wabe, dashing forward, flashing away. Sage Wabe lives. Now the 2v3. Is this just going to be the thing for bot lane where they just turn around 2v3 scenarios? A Silak trying to dash around, can't get the damage. A huge shutdown gold going over to 255 as Sage Wabe and Lone Force fight back in the game.
Yeah, I like how they were just throwing damage onto that 2v3, right? Not playing scared, using the ability usage really well. The ultimate from the Zeri, the W, the polymorph, everything going all in favor of Illinois here. They were able to absorb that pressure and match it with 255 ganking the top, getting the shutdown like you mentioned onto the Kindred, which is really nice. If one of your AD carries is doing a little bit tough, your Kindred will come in to save the day as the gold is getting... The gap is getting smaller and smaller from Illini. They're at 1.2 thousand gold ahead. Now it's about 1.5. And if Illinois keep playing this way and they keep absorbing these ganks and getting something else on the map, they can easily come back into this.
And there's no dragon stacking going on top of that, Shibby. I mean, this game's wide open. Both objectives available on the map. So really, this is anybody's game so far. Yes, kills have been going back and forth. A big significant CS lead for Silak in the top lane. Mythic item completed for Lubheart, and Rift Herald now being focused down. Punisher picking up. He's like, hey, I haven't been taking objectives. We're 10 minutes in. Let's get that rolling.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, 7 minutes in, no dragon, no Rift Herald. I gotta step it up here. But like you said, everybody coming in to help out with the Herald. Anivia spotting it out here. Dicey just looking to get some vision on. That might be enough to scare Sedge away, though. I don't know if she still has the Rift Herald leashed and she's still taking it. Yeah, I think they did take it. It is in her. It is in her inventory. Yeah, they leashed it out just a little bit. 255. Getting some vision down into the bot side here, throwing that pink into the river, just trying to match something, right? Trying to get something for that Rift Herald pressure. Dragon is still up. I'm surprised they haven't started it yet. They're looking a little bit apprehensive. I think 255 now finally is going to start it, unless he wants to think of ganking the bot lane here.
Lubheart and Newbie going to head up by the Dragon. And without much priority from his bot lane, 255 going to be forced to back away. Illini still up in gold by just a slim 1k margin, 1.5k, closing in on 2. Taking a look at the player gold, Lubheart up big in 255. That was a big shutdown he got in the top lane onto a Silak. It kind of jumpstarts him right back into this match.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the player gold, like we said, Lubheart, 4.6k in the lead right now. 255, dutifully keeping on the AD carry role here as Punisher is going to gank Dicey here. And now Lubheart and Nami trying to do work onto Sage Wabe.
The culling in the bubble. Sage Wabe caught out and definitely in trouble there. Lone Force getting real low. It's a double shot for a double kill. Lubheart picks up 2.
Hits him with the shiatsu to the back. The culling absolutely shreds Illinois' bot lane here. And I was just as about to praise Sage Wabe and Lone Force. Thank God I didn't. Odacaster cursed them. They get double killed, unfortunately. Newbie and Loveheart busting out all the strategies here to gain that advantage. 3,000 gold in the lead for Illini Esports. 4-0 on the Lucian. He's going to come back. I wonder if he's going to go the Navori build this time around.
And Shippy, we were watching whether or not Illinois College's bot lane was going to be able to survive. I don't know if Subsidize is going to be able to survive this. Up in the top lane, one auto attack after another. Asilak trying to flash away and trying to run as far away as he can from Subsidize's body. Trying to dash away, getting some lifesteal, misses the stun, still dashing around.
Asilak,
One auto attack after another, can't quite pull it off. Just so close. Almost gets the 2v1 double kill.
I mean, trading 1-for-1, getting that Bork completed, really nice for Silak here, as now Sage Wabe, oh, that bubble almost hits, but I don't know if they can trade into this. Lucian's got PD plus, I believe it's Gale Force. I mean, this is a really strong bot lane right now. Yeah, it's scary. I feel like if you're Sage Wabe and Lone Force, you let the wave crash into you, just try to pick up as much CS as possible as the Rift Herald goes down into the mid lane. Dicey doing all he can.
Yeah, that Anivia wall is not going to stop Shelly from charging into your turret, almost finishing off the mid lane outer. Meanwhile, Ultimate's back up in the bot lane, could be looking for potential engage. We saw how much damage Newbie and Loveheart were able to dish out, and now a flank coming in. Punisher looking for the tower dive. Noob Sleep early here as well. They're gonna try to run ship, but the boat is sinking. Nowhere to swim to, no lifeguard, no coast guard coming through. 255 in the Dicey have to be careful themselves, because it's a 2-on-4. They just deleted 2 of your teammates. 255 slowed down. Lamb's Respite. Is this a safe space? I don't think so. Loveheart wants it. He goes godlike 7-0 on the Lucian. And Eli and I have come to play here. They are flying right now and soaring, really up 5k gold.
5,000 gold at the 15-minute mark. We thought they would slow down after game 1. We thought Illinois would come in with a different strategy, but unfortunately, Illini is coming in hot. Every lane playing pretty well here. Even the Karma, Noob Sleep earlier on the Swain did really good. Karma, super supportive, helping out the bot lane here, helping out on the roams, getting the Mantra E's, taking the first turret with a little help from Le Punisher here into the mid lane Rift Herald as Subsidize gets the ultimate. Selects dead?
Yeah.
Wait, no!
What? How? How did he do that? I thought he was screwed, Chivy. I thought there is no way, but the stun underneath the turret isn't enough. 255's gonna try his hands, but this is a fully stacked Aurelia. He's got 3 levels up on you. This is not your fight to take. The stun connects this time around, and Asilak is just enjoying his top lane kingdom.
Man's on the Aurelia, making the outplays fully stacked, and he said, you know what, you want a piece too? He's like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me, baby. Coming in on the Aurelia with the Bork going, turns the top lane gank into a double kill for himself. Every lane popping off. Illini so far sweeping the floor with Illinois.
The gold lead balloons up to 8,000 at the 16-minute mark, Shibby, as it's another clean game from Illini. The culling comes in, the Dicey just getting melted by the Lucian flamethrower. They're cracking more eggs as Loveheart goes legendary, and Illinois College is looking scrambled as the fight continues. Sage Wabe trying to zap through the bot lane here. Loveheart just gonna dash back in. Wild Growth, not enough HP. They're dodging the picks, auto attacks, but the shutdown still comes through. Now supportal combat in the bot lane. They're just going to retreat. They're going to call it a draw with the ADC's dead. Subsidized looking to try and fight back, but so much healing coming through. Karma, Mantra, W going to get back some critical HP. Second Rift Herald of the game has spawned, Shibby.
And we suspected that Illinois would, they have a really annoying composition. The Lamb's Respite, the big health pool from the Scion, having to kill Anivia twice. Illini College having no problems tearing through everything, right? Respawns, health, resurrections be damned. They are just taking your name, and if they have to do it twice, 3 times even, they're willing to put the work in. As Illini Esports, 15-6, like you said, 8,000 gold ahead right now. Objective control has been a little bit slowed down as they did take the Ocean Dragon a couple minutes ago, but they have been having really good Herald control here. Illini Esports, Lubhart 9-1, man. This guy is just tearing through your team.
And at this point, 255 was like, am I even going to get a chance to use my ultimate here? Lubhart might just catch him out anyway. Yeah, boop! No ultimate for you. 255 gets killed. The Dicey gets knocked up, caught in the wave. Lubhart, 11 kills so far. Almost a kill a minute. He's doing pretty good for himself. Asilak, meanwhile, on the top side of the map, 3 levels up on his lane opponent, Shibby. Just absurd what we're seeing from Illini as they are taking care of business.
He's about to flame Horizon subsidize here pretty soon if he keeps farming. 167 to 93 CS. I mean, eventually, Asilak has to leave this lane and put insult to injury. Asilak has built Jack Show the Protean onto Irelia. No Divine Thunderer. No Triforce, nothing like that. He's just like, I'm gonna build Jack Show real quick. I think it's the best item here. Oh, the flash!
Mantra Q, dashing forward as Lubhart gets yet another kill. That was a big turret shot. Shut down gold going over to stage. Wabe, Rift Herald charging into the mid lane as I don't know how much longer the Illinois College base is going to be able to stand.
I mean, once the Baron comes up in about a minute, you have to believe Illini Esports is going to take this Baron on spawn. They have the damage. They have the champions ready on deck. They've taken mid lane tier 2 at 255. He's not allowed in his jungle, man.
255 just is having a rough game on Summoner's Rift. Asilak dashing through all the Krugs looking for more. 255, though, going to be able to play Do-si-do, gets hit by the stun. He's going to run on over. Another Blade Surge. He doesn't have vision. He can't do it. Noob sleep early. He's like, I want this jungler. They want to lock him down. You're not ganking me. We're ganking you now. Root connects. No ultimate there. Asilak now getting stunned underneath turret. All 5 members of Illinois College up in the top lane. The 4 remaining members get revenge for taking down 255.
255 is his dying breath says, avenge me, send everyone, send the cavalry, TP on this guy, I want him dead. Asilak finally goes down. Jack Show putting in the work, don't get me wrong, but Noob Sleep early, Lubhart, they're all pushing in the top side now. They saw everybody leave, so they're like, wait a minute, we can take this for free, right?
And meanwhile, on the bottom side, Punisher does get the dragon, the turret does fall. Baron has spawned, and we gotta think that's where Illini is gonna put their attention towards next, but Lubhart's just gonna keep on dashing forward. He's got the Infinity Edge already completed. 255 respawned back on the map. Tidal Wave used, goes wide. Tsunami not quite hitting the coastline. 255, though, getting stunned up, taken down. Ultimate wasn't even available. There was no saving him.
No, nothing can save you from the wrath of Illini Esports. 21-8, 43-32. They're almost 12,000 gold ahead right now. They can just push into here, into the base here. No Baron, though, so they're going to have a little bit of trouble once the wave clear comes in. Mid lane inhibitor, turret does go down. They're probably going to look to take mid lane inhib. They might be able to just end it right here. Never mind.
That was the double shot from Lubhart to finish off Sage. Wabe, Vanguard's Edge comes in. Asilak slicing and dicing through the back line. Illinois College doesn't stand a chance. It's 2-on-5 to try and defend the base, and everybody pounces On to the Illinois College squad. It's another clean ace coming through for the Fighting Illini, as this could very well be the game, Shibby.
No Baron needed. They'll take your base. They'll wipe you inside. They're going to look to fountain farm a little bit here, as they are going to look to take the Civil War in their favor. Illini Esports coming back strong after day one, stomping Illinois College.
They're going to be able to finish week number 2 in the middle of the hunt here in the MEC. Illini sits at 2-2 after their gauntlet. Subsidized just trying to get one more kill on the board. Here comes a full little section of what we like to call stat padding, Shibby, as Illini finally finish off the Nexus. 16-2-6 performance from Le Part. Nothing new here from the Fighting Illini. Their ADC popping off, having a game, and they demolish Illinois College.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, now that mid spot, that third to sixth place here is all 2-2, right? Other than Briarcliff University, who will be facing off against Grandview later today, that middle spot, unless BCU pulls off an upset, it's looking really, really competitive here, as Illini Esports take the Civil War. They take it 2-0 with 2 very quick games. This game, this is the love heart we came to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The battle for Illinois is handedly decided by the Challenger ADC popping off in extraordinary fashion. Shibby, that's going to do it for our second set. Boy, was it a quick one. In under 2 hours, the battle is finished. Nothing much left to be said about it. We do, as usual, have our post-game interview coming up here on the live stream, so don't click away from that browser just yet. We're going to be talking with one of the members of the Fighting Illini. Make sure, we're going to make sure we're pronouncing that right now, Shivy, as we're joined by one of the victorious members. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for sticking around for the post-game interview. We are joined with one of the Fighting Illini members who are turning around their season after an 0-2 start. Pick up a 2-0 week here in week number 2. Asilic, the top laner for the squad, joining us for the post-game interview. Thanks so much for joining us, my man.
Yep, thank you. Super excited. Yeah.
Yeah, and Asilic, I gotta ask, walk me through what was happening in that game 1 where you went on the Fiora. You've been doing the level 1 invade. I know you've been watching pro play. You saw a lot of people do it. When you died, were you completely fine with that? Did you knew that Punisher was just gonna go in on the Udyr after Maokai died on the Krugs? Were you just typing worth in the all chat?
So actually, after draft, I was like, I'm gonna invade, like try to get as much as you can or whatever you can. I probably could have killed Maokai if I played better, but I've been watching a lot of pro play. I saw it from Fudge. I was like, okay, let me just do it. I guess it's kind of predictable, and I kind of ran it. But after I died, I was like, it's still worth. I mean, I guess it was kind of unfortunate for them that Maokai executed on Krugs, so that really screwed them over.
And you guys can see that, right? When they execute on the Krugs, I believe it's shown, correct?
I remember it was a camp. I don't know if it shows which camp. But I just assumed it was Krugs. So that was pretty funny. But laning phase was a little harder because of that.
And I'm curious, kind of looking at your team's sort of progression through this sort of debut season for y'all. Was it kind of a mindset for the team with looking at the schedule and kind of telling, hey, we've got some of the top teams to kind of initially go through? Was that on your minds at all? And how is everyone feeling after this kind of second week, getting into the flow of the season, getting into it?
Yeah, so this week was definitely a lot better. I think we just kind of formed our team for this semester. Last semester I was playing on the other team, and I know that I think we weren't really in it the first week. Our communications were really bad. Most of us were just playing solo queue. I wasn't even playing solo queue. I'm trying to get myself back into the game so I can actually play better. But I think we definitely picked it up in terms of communication, and I'm really proud of the team. I think our games versus Purdue, after game 1, we were like, all right, we're not losing to Purdue. So we started talking more, got a better draft, and I think it really showed in our games.
Yeah, it's funny. I have you as a no data as my solo queue account. Like for you, I mean, just like you're not really playing a lot. I'm like, all right, whatever. Yeah, he'll pick it up. Do you guys feel that you guys are like kind of underrated in the MEC right now? Like a lot of teams they see you guys, they're like, oh, they're a new team, they're a new squad. Does that kind of fuel you a little bit to like prove people wrong, or do you guys believe that you got like a top team, like top 3, top 2, you can bang with the rest of them?
I think eventually we will be. I mean, based off our performance, it's understandable that teams like definitely think that we're not one of the top teams. But individually, I think we're all really good players, and we just kind of need to spend more time just practicing together. And I think it's starting to happen right now. So I think we'll be one of the top 2 teams, top team at the end of this.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm curious personally, so like, do you have any sort of personal goals that you're kind of carrying into this season?
Probably just start playing more solo queue. I took a big break. School's definitely been pretty busy, but
yeah, I get that. Yeah, for sure.
Also just playing more champions. I think I need to find a way to have fun while I play. So
that's like the running theme for MEC. Like, how many champions can I like uniquely play in the Midwest Esports Conference?
Yeah.
Well, Asilic, we really appreciate you taking the time to kind of talk with us after the victory. You guys finished week 2 in the middle of the pack, definitely in the hunt, and I look forward to seeing more of you guys. And I think there's the LAN coming up next week, so some in-person action for you guys. I wish you the best of luck with traveling and getting ready for the event.
Thank you. Yeah.
And also, do you got any... Oh,
Oh.
I messed up a little bit. I forgot we got shout outs in this segment as well. I'm playing a little do-si-do with our producer here, keeping him on his toes. But Silic, let me get straight into it. Do you got any shout outs for us? Anyone that you want to shout out?
Probably shout out to our coach. He's been coaching me for a long time, and even though we have weeks where it seems like we're not putting in as much effort, like he's always there. He's always like pushing us. So I kind of want to return that favor. So shout out to David. Yeah.
Awesome, and thanks again so much for joining us for the post game, Asilic. We wish you the best, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Oh,
and that's going to do it. Hopefully not scuffing up the interview too much on my end. Sorry, guys. That's going to be it for me and Shibby's time here for week number 2 in the MEC. Things are starting to heat up in the conference, Shibby. It's really anyone's division, I think.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I think it's wide open. We still kind of have that upper crust, top 1, top 2 with GVU and Ottawa here, but that 3 through 6 is looking mighty spicy and mighty meaty with all the different teams coming into here. But like you said, Mac, that's it for us, right?
Do we get shout outs too, right? I'll shout out Hyper for dealing with our shenanigans on stream and making us look so good. For you guys on the live cast, and special shout out to Jay, our social media guy. The work that he puts in is certainly like God's work, and from the bottom of my heart, I know Shibby appreciates it a ton as well. Shout out, Jay. That's gonna do it for today's coverage from me and Shibby. There is one more series left in today's kind of split action. Later on in the day, the stream's gonna end, but we're gonna come back live. Put it in the calendar, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, all the way over 5 p.m. Pacific time. We've got our final series of the day. You won't want to miss it. That's going to be it for us, though. Bye, y'all.